KP classes dedicated to excellence.
Hello everyone. In this video, we will be looking into the solutions of GATE 2024 Architecture and Planning question paper. So this first part of this particular series, we will be focusing on the common part of the question paper. So moving further, we will also be having a session on the architecture part and also on the planning part. For today's session, the focus would be on the common part of the question paper. Before I start solving the questions, let me tell you something, some inputs with respect to the GATE 2024 question paper. The level of the question paper, from general understanding, general feedback from most of the student, it is not too difficult and not too easy. So the level of the question paper can be placed somewhere between that. And also a lot of questions have also seen a deviation from the official syllabus pattern. For instance, there are questions in the common part, even from topics like, say, structures, which actually should be a part of the question paper in the architecture portion as per the official syllabus. So there was a question on the shear force bending moment diagram in the common part itself. So such deviations have also been found, just like the past years too. Few deviations are always expected in the question paper. So let us go through the questions one by one. We will be solving the 1-mark questions first, all the MCQ, MSQ and NAT questions, and also then we'll be looking into the 2-mark questions as well. In the 2 marks as well, we'll be looking into all the multiple choice, multiple select and numerical questions one by one. So in the common part, there are a total of 39 questions. So let us begin with the first question in the common part. If you look into the question paper, so this is question number 11, because question number 1 to 10 would be under the general aptitude. So starting from question number 11 of the question paper, the nature of curvature of the following structural forms. So they have given a figure and asked what is the nature of the curvature of this figure. So this is a topic, this is a concept related to structural systems or structural forms. So in shell structures, in structural forms, in structural systems, in shell structures, you can remember that the shell structures can broadly be categorized into two types: single curvature shell structures and double curvature. You have single curvature shells based on their geometry, and you also have double curvature shells. Single curvature shells are also referred to as monoclastic shells. These are referred to as monoclastic. What are single curvature shell structures? Something like a barrel vault, probably. So it is a structural shell form which has only one curvature, or curvature only along one particular direction. That's called as a single curvature. Something which is of a barrel vault would be a curvature, would be straight in one particular orientation, and there's a curvature only in one direction. So that's a single curvature shell structure, monoclastic structure. As far as double curvature shell structures are considered, these are further classified into two types. You have synclastic and anticlastic. The basic difference in these two types of shell structures, so if I just write down synclastic shell structures and anticlastic and synclastic, those are the options given: monoclastic, synclastic and anticlastic. So if you look into synclastic and synclastic is something in which both the centers of curvature are on the same side of the structural form or the shell. So something, probably, let us say, that's a double curvature shell structure, and both the centers of curvature in this figure, if you see, the center of curvature for this particular curve, it is on this side. The center of curvature for this particular curve on the other direction, that also is on the same side. So if the center of curvature for both the directions, or both the orientations, are on the same side, that's called as a synclastic shell structure. On the other hand, a double curvature shell structure which has both the centers of curvature on the opposite sides, that's referred to as an anticlastic form, something probably of this profile. So if you look into this particular form, the center of curvature for this particular curve, it is on this side. The center of curvature for the other direction, for the other orientation, it is on the opposite side on the top. So that's referred to as an anticlastic shell structure. So shell structures can be broadly classified into these types. So that's a hierarchy, or that's a basic classification of the shell structures. This question is related to that. So then if you look into the given form now, is it singly does it have a single curvature or a double curvature? Firstly, it has a curvature in this orientation. It also has a curvature in this orientation. So clearly it is a double curvature shell structure. And what is the center of curvature for this particular direction? It is over here at the bottom. That's the first center of curvature, C1. The center of curvature for this particular orientation, it is on the top. That is C2. So with C1 and C2, the center of curvature on both these orientations are on the opposite sides. That's referred to as I told you, it's an anticlastic structure. So the correct option for this would be option C. So I explained you already what is monoclastic, synclastic and anticlastic shell structures. The last option over here, Mobius, it is a type of strip. Mobius strip is a type of geometrical three-dimensional geometric form in which you have a single, just imagine a strip of paper which is stuck to form a loop with a twist. That's referred to as a Mobius strip. So this is not something which falls under the category of shell structures. So that's the classification of shell structures, and the answer for this first one. It's a simple direct question based on the understanding of the three types of shell structures, that is monoclastic, synclastic and anticlastic. Moving on, let us now look into the next question, that is question number 11. Question number 12. As per Acoustics logarithmic scale, the world city is referred to as dash: megalopolis, conurbation, acropolis, and ecumenopolis. These are the options given. So there is so Acoustic logarithmic scale was proposed by C.A. Doxiadis. I've actually compiled over here. You can see. There are 15 units in the logarithm acoustic unit of, there are 15 acoustic units in terms of hierarchy described by C.A. Doxiadis in the logarithmic scale. It starts from man, where the population is 1, with an increasing level of hierarchy. The second unit would be room, where there can be 2 people. The next level, so it's a logarithmic scale of population described in 15 units of acoustic logarithmic scale. The last one over here, that's referred to as the world city. What is world city? The settlement which covers the entire planet. So ecumenopolis, with a population of what is mentioned over here, that's the largest in the hierarchy. So the correct option for this, the question, they are asking about the concept of world city. That's the 15th unit in the acoustic logarithmic scale. The answer for that would be ecumenopolis. That's answer D. Now moving on to the next one, question number 13. In Mansara Shilpa Shastra, a bow-shaped town plan is referred to as dash. The options given are Dandaka, Prastara, Karmuka and Nandyavarta. So there are various forms of Vedic town planning. Depending on the profile, depending on the shape. So they're asking about the one which has bow-shaped town plan. So bow-shaped town plan is something which you can see. I've compiled some of the basic ones over here. You can see this is swastika pattern of urban form in Vedic town planning. The bow-shaped one, this is referred to as Karmukha pattern, and the flower-shaped, petal-shaped pattern in Vedic town planning is referred to as Padmaka pattern. So of these, bow-shaped is something which is referred to as Karmukha. So the correct answer for this particular question would be Karmukha, which has a bow pattern in Vedic town planning in Mansara Shilpa Shastra. So answer for this would be option C, that is Karmukha. Moving on to the next one, the value of a property when sold at a lower price than its open market value, it is called as dash. So they're talking about value of a property when it is sold at a price which is less than the market value. When do you sell a property, or when can you have a transaction where the value of the property is less than the market value? It happens when there is some financial distress on the owner of the property. If there is some emergency of some financial distress for the owner of the property, then the owner of the property would intend to sell off the property at a value which is less than the market price. So that in valuation terms, it is referred to as distress value, which is the value of a property when it is sold at a lower price than the open market value, which happens in case of some financial distress on the as a burden on the owner of the property. So that is distress value for this particular question. A simple direct definition, simple direct question. Moving on to the next one mark question, that is question number 15 over here. In traffic survey, inner scope is used to measure dash. It is an equipment used in transport survey, in traffic survey, to measure spot speed. So spot speed would be the answer for this question. Inoscope is an instrument which detects the spot speed of a vehicle in terms of transport traffic survey. The next one over here, the author of the book Human Aspects of Urban Form. It's a very famous book in urban design. So they have asked the author of this particular book. You can see the snippet of the cover page of this book, Human Aspects of Urban Form. It is a book on urban design, which also has a tagline of Towards Man-Environment Approach to Urban Form and Design. So this was written by architect and urban designer, urban theorist, that is Amos Rappaport. The answer for this would be option B. So you'll need to know, as you are aware, in GATE exam, you frequently get questions on famous books and authors, generally written by urban planning theorists or architects or urban designers. So this question is based on a famous book from the area of urban design, written by Amos Rappaport. The next question, that is question number 17. Which of the following statement is correct for urban cool island? Now, every one of you might have heard about the concept of urban heat island, which is a very popular concept. You can see the options over here. Let us read the options first. The UCI, urban cool island and urban heat island, cannot happen in the same city at the same time. The next one, air temperature of surrounding rural areas is warmer than the urban areas. So rural areas warmer than the urban areas. That is option B. Air temperature of surrounding rural areas is cooler than the urban. Rural areas cooler than the urban area. This is urban heat island effect. UHI it is. UCI happens only on snow-clad mountains. So urban cooling island or urban cool island is a concept which happens in high-rise, high-density settlements. It was observed in settlements like, for instance, in Hong Kong. You can see this particular picture. It's a picture of the densely packed urban area of the city of Hong Kong. You can see it has a compact layout with high-rise settlements in such areas which have a high-density, high-rise settlements. It has been observed that urban cool island effect also happens in the same city, within the same city, where you can also have urban heat island happening. So urban heat island effect generally is more predominant in the time which is after the daytime, after the morning duration. That's when urban heat island would be more significant. So over here, what is urban cool island? It is an effect which you see where the urban area, due to its compactness and high density layout and high rise structures, the solar radiation does not reach to the bottom regions, where bottom portions of the city, because of which it has relatively lower temperatures compared to the surrounding open areas where there is no densely packed urban settlement. So the answer for this question would be option B, where the air temperature of rural areas is warmer than the urban areas. That's referred to as urban cool island effect, which happens when you have compact high-rise, high-density settlements. That is something which you can remember. So it's based on the definition of what is urban cool island. Moving on to the next one. Which of the following statements is correct for oxidation pond to treat wastewater? Now, what is oxidation pond? You can remember, they're talking about oxidation pond. Oxidation pond, also referred to as wastewater, waste stabilization pond, water stabilization or wastewater stabilization pond. From the name itself, you understand it functions on it is a wastewater treatment technique or a secondary treatment technique which focuses on oxidation of the organic wastes. So in oxidation pond, you generally have water bodies which are not too deep, because it should have access to sunlight till the bottom. So it is a wastewater treatment system which has both bacteria and also algae together functioning on treating the organic waste present in the wastewater. So the bacteria present over here will decompose the organic wastes. Organic matter will be decomposed by the bacteria. in an anaerobic process, that is in the presence of oxygen. It oxidizes the organic wastes and also the algae present over here in the presence of sunlight will consume the inorganic components present and will produce oxygen, and that oxygen will further be consumed by the bacteria, and bacteria will aerobic bacteria, not an I have written it as anaerobic over here by mistake, it is aerobic bacteria, that is in the presence of oxygen. So aerobic bacteria consumes the oxygen produced by the algae and will result in will decompose the organic matter into inorganic compounds, which are then consumed by the algae in the presence of sunlight and will produce carbon dioxide. So it is a symbiotic relationship which exists between algae and bacteria, and it is an aerobic process. That's how it gets its name of oxidation ditch. So it's an aerobic pond, anaerobic pond. Obviously it is an aerobic pond, so right away you can tell that option A is the answer over here. If you just look into the other incorrect options too, it is not anaerobic. However, there are anaerobic ditch or anaerobic ponds as well, which are higher in depth, where the sludge settling at the bottom will undergo anaerobic digestion also simultaneously. However, oxidation ditch by default, it is an aerobic process where the aerobic bacteria will decompose the organic matter or organic waste present in the wastewater. It does not require sunlight. That would be incorrect to say, because sunlight is an important aspect in the overall working of the oxidation pond. So this is also an incorrect line. It does not remove biological oxygen demand, or you can say, it does not reduce BOD. Obviously the ultimate motive of oxidation pond is to remove the organic waste. When you're removing the organic waste, the biological oxygen demand of the sample will reduce. BOD is a measure of the level of pollution, level of organic pollutants present in the wastewater, and the organic pollutants are ultimately reducing in the oxidation pond. So obviously oxidation pond removes or reduces the biological oxygen demand with time, because it will remove the organic pollutants present. So the appropriate answer would be option A over here in this given question number 18. Moving on to the next one. So it's based on simple understanding of the wastewater treatment systems. The next one, it is a direct question based on the conservation architect. The conservation architect of Maitreya Buddha temple at Basgo in Ladakh, which won the 2007 UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Award, is. So a very famous conservation architect worked on this temple in Ladakh, where conservation was done on this 15th to 16th century temple, set of temples actually, which are rammed earth or adobe bricks were used in this, and traditional craftsmanship, traditional material of that particular region, where mud based construction and timber based construction was used. That was done by conservation architect Aba Narayan Lamba. So option A would be the appropriate answer for this question. The next one, which talks about the sequence of wastewater. Again, it is a question for 1 mark from the same area of wastewater treatment. So let us look into this question. Which of the following, or actually they have not mentioned specifically wastewater, they are just talking about water treatment in general. So which of the following option is right sequence for water treatment process? So in water purification, so these processes, coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation, disinfection, filtration, these are processes used in drinking water purification actually. So let us look into the correct sequence. If you know a brief on the purification process, we have also discussed this in our revision classes as well, if you remember. So wastewater treatment, or say drinking water purification, the sequence of step. Firstly, you will be having clarification, which focuses on removing the turbidity. Excuse me. Reducing turbidity is the first step in the sequence. This process is also referred to as clarification sometimes. And how is this achieved? This can be either done by using plain sedimentation if the suspended particulates are not very high in number. However, if there is a large quantity of suspended particulates present, and that too of say excuse me, of very light particulates, if they are present, then we will be using sedimentation with coagulation and flocculation. So the sequence of steps, you will be having coagulation, where you use coagulating agents like alum. Then you would be having flocculation, where some polymers are added and the water is mixed at a slow rate in order to create flock of the suspended particulates. Then finally you will have sedimentation, which is allowing the flock to settle down at the bottom. So that's the first step in the water purification, which overall can be referred to as clarification, where the turbidity is reduced or removed by removing the suspended particulates by using coagulation, flocculation, and sedimentation. Once clarification is done, once the turbidity is reduced, then comes the process of filtration, where you use sand filters or you use say activated charcoal filters, adsorbing bed filters, and then finally you would be having the process of disinfection, where UV treatment is nowadays preferred for drinking water because it does not involve mixing any disinfectant into the water. So disinfection is a process where the focus is on removing the harmful microorganisms present in the water, which can be done by using chlorination, ozonation, fluorination, so on. UV treatment is something which is preferred nowadays. So that's disinfection. So the correct sequence goes this way: coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation, filtration, disinfection. So if you look into the given option, this is a multiple select question, so multiple options can be correct. Coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation. So in the official question paper, when you write the examination, this is a master question paper taken from the official website of GATE, where they did not mention here clearly, but in the official paper, when you write the examination during the examination on the computer screen, for every question it will be mentioned which type of question it is. So this is the start of multiple select questions over here for 1 mark. So we are still in the 1 mark questions. The correct sequence: coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation. A will be correct. Sedimentation, filtration, disinfection. Sedimentation, filtration, disinfection. That also is a correct sequence like we just discussed. Sedimentation, flocculation, coagulation, sedimentation, flocculation. They are talking about a reverse direction, so that is not correct. Disinfection, filtration, flocculation. Disinfection, filtration, flocculation also is in the reverse direction, so that also is not correct. So the correct answer for this will be A and also B. In multiple select questions in the GATE examination, as per the pattern for GATE 2024, they have clearly mentioned that in MSQ questions, you cannot have questions where all the 4 options are correct. Maximum 3 options can be correct, or 2 can be correct, or 1 also can be correct. And if you select, if from A and B, if you're selecting only one option, you will not get the marks. You will lose the mark. There is no negative marking in multiple select questions, but you will need to select all the correct options to get the marks. To get 1 mark in this question, you need to select both A and B. So that's about this question number 20. Moving on to the next one. The next theoretical question, question number 21, which is a question based on the concept of gentrification. So, which of the following is or are associated with gentrification in a neighborhood? So, in urban design, what is gentrification? Gentrification is an approach where there is an influx of affluent population. So, in a particular locality or in a neighborhood, if there is an increase in the number of households of say wealthier households, you can say rich people, or say affluent families, influx of affluent families into a neighborhood will improve the overall the real estate value of that neighborhood. That's called as gentrification. So the rise in the real estate value of a neighborhood due to influx of affluent population is referred to as gentrification in urban design. So wealthier households will replace the poor households. That's the first correct option. Poor households displace the wealthier household. That's not correct. That's an opposite statement. Real estate value obviously increases in gentrification because when there is an influx of affluent population, there is a growth in the real estate value. If you want to buy a property in that particular neighborhood, it will cost you more now because there is an influx of affluent families and wealthy families. Overall, services of that particular neighborhood will become costlier. So real estate value will increase because of that reason. Decrease is not a correct statement. A and C both will be the correct options again for this multiple select question. The next one, let us look into the next question. Question number 22. Which of the following sites is or are included. So you see they are also using the word is, because one option can also be correct in multiple select question. Which of the following sites is or are included in UNESCO World Heritage List as of 2022 December? We always tell all our students preparing for GATE examination always that you should learn or look into the lists and recent updates in UNESCO World Heritage Sites from India's context, particularly understand about the international treaties where India is a part of, particularly in the area of climate change. You'll need to look into the updates with respect to the Ramsar wetlands, biosphere reserves, national parks. All these are important from GATE exam point of view. You moving further, you have a question on biosphere reserves as well. So you get a lot of questions. So the national parks, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Ramsar listed wetlands in India. You need to have an idea on the geographical extent of them and the important characteristics and the complete list. And most important is recent updates. For example, if you look into UNESCO World Heritage Site, at the time of this video, so by say 2024 February, in India, you have a total of 42 World Heritage UNESCO World Heritage Sites, of which 34 are the heritage sites, and then you have 7 which are natural, say national parks particularly, and one that is Kanchenjunga National Park. That one is it is a combination of both. So you have 34 plus 7 plus 1, a total of 742 sites. UNESCO listed World Heritage Sites are in India as of 2024. Of these, remember, 2 have been added in the year 2023. The Hoysala, the group of ensemble of Hoysala architecture. There are 3 temples which have been added to the list of Hoysala architecture, 16th century temples, and also Santiniketan of West Bengal. These have been added in the year 2023. They're talking about the list till 2022. Capital complex at Chandigarh, that is a part of UNESCO World Heritage Site. Mot Ki Masjid in Delhi, that is not a part of UNESCO World Heritage Site. Keoladeo National Park of Bharatpur in Rajasthan, that also is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It comes under these 7 natural sites of the UNESCO listed World Heritage Sites in India. Then you have Paradesi Synagogue of Kochi, which is not a part of UNESCO World Heritage Site as such. So from this, the list of World Heritage Sites include A and also C. So as I told you, there you'll need to also read about the Ramsar listed wetlands and so on. Bharatpur, the Keoladeo National Park or Bharatpur Bird Sanctuary, as it was earlier called as, that is also a part of the 80 Ramsar listed wetlands of India. There are 80 Ramsar listed wetlands at this point of time, by the time of this video, of which Keoladeo National Park of Bharatpur also is a part. So it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site as well. So you'll need to remember the list and recent updates and the geographical, the location, like this is in Rajasthan. You'll need to know the geography of the sites as well. So A and C would be the appropriate answer, correct answer for question number 22. The next one, a very easy question based on architectural graphics now. This question, they're talking about, just a second. Okay. The reference points, lines and planes of a drawing, for drawing a 2-point perspective of an object are marked in the figure below. Select the correct option that matches the corresponding nomenclature. So they are marked P, P, Q, R, S and T. And they have given some options. It's a multiple select question. You need to select the options which have correctly recognized or marked the point. So from this figure of the development of 2-point perspective, it is very clear and simple to know that this point P over here and this point P over here, where the lines of the perspective reference lines meet, that's referred to as vanish point. So P would be the vanishing point for sure. P would be vanishing point. So in this option, R is marked as vanishing point, so you can right away eliminate. So in multiple select question, it will always work in your favor if you use a combination of elimination approach and also identification of the correct answer, both together. Like if I know that P is vanishing point, I have eliminated option B right away. And option C, vanishing point, that can be the answer. Let us check the other one. T is written as ground line. T is over here. That obviously is the ground of the object. So T is the ground line. So option C right away is correct. Now because, so we have also identified that T is the ground line. If you look into the remaining options, Q is marked as ground line in this last option. So Q cannot be the ground line. Q is basically the line joining the vanished points. That is basically the eye level. That's not the ground line. So this can also be right away be eliminated. You have option A. R is the station point. Station point is where from which you drop the you check the vertices and capture it onto the picture plane. S here is the picture plane. So S is marked as picture plane. That also is correct. So option A and C are again the correct options in this question, where you have identified the points and lines important from the perspective drawing, 2-point perspective drawing of the given object over here in this question. So that's about this question number 23. Moving on to the next one, again a multiple select question. The question goes this way. India, so we are still in the 1-mark questions here. India's intended nationally determined contribution to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 2022 includes. So they're talking about the India's commitments to the Paris Accord, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The 2016 Paris Accord is the latest one under it. So from that, nationally determined contributions as of 2022 for India. So in the year 2022, India has committed under the guidelines of the Paris Agreement or Paris Accord, which comes under United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, that is UNFCCC. India has determined or nationally determined contribution which has been ratified by India, has a list of 8 points. I've taken a snapshot. You can also find this on the United Nations website of UNFCCC. There are 8 points for which are listed as the nationally determined contribution of India. You need to select the correct options. So the first option given over here, reduction of emission intensity of India's GDP by 45% by 2030 from 2005 level. You can see that it is a point mentioned over here in this. The third point you can clearly see. To reduce emission intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030 from 2005 level. So option A is right away the correct option. The next option given over here, achieving about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy sources by 2030 to achieve 50% cumulative electric power. So 50% of the overall electricity production should be from non-fossil fuel based resources by the year 2030, and that also is a nationally determined contribution. So that option B also is correct. Achieving a target of net zero emission by 2030 would be unrealistic to do it, and also you will not find that in the list. There is no net zero target by 2030 as such. Reduction of the total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons from 2022 to 2025. So the targets are set. You can remember when you go through this, the nationally determined contributions are all targeted for the year 2030. You'll not have one particular point separately for a new target year of 2025. You can see 2030 is the target year. So the nationally determined contributions are all set for the target year of 2030 if you have checked that document. So this also is not a correct option. Option A and B are the correct options for this particular question. So it's based on those 8 points which have been accepted by India to be nationally determined contribution for UNFCCC. That's question number 24. Moving on to the next one, question number 25. As per Census of India 2011, non-notified slums is or are categorized as. Now slums as per census, there are 3 categories, so 3 types. Slums have been defined under Census of India 2011 into 3. They have been categorized into 3 categories or classified into 3 categories. The first one is notified slums. The second is recognized slums. The third is identified slums. So, excuse me. Notified slums are all of those notified areas in town or city which have been notified as slum by the state or the union territory administration or the local government under any act, including the Slum Act. Recognized slums, on the other hand, are those which are recognized as slum by the state or UT administration or local government, housing and slum boards, which have not been formally notified, which are not necessarily notified, but have been recognized. So that's the second level. The third type is identified slums. Identified slums are those which have been defined as compact areas with at least 300 population or 60 to 70 households of poorly built congested tenements in unhygienic environment, usually with inadequate infrastructure and lacking in proper sanitary and drinking water facilities. That's defined as identified slums, which are neither notified nor recognized. So these are the three types. They're talking about which of these are non-notified. So you have notified slums, and non-notified slums can be recognized slums or identified slums. These are the three categories of slums as per the census 2011. So recognized slums and identified slums will be the option recognized slums over here, and also identified slums. Recognized slums are those which have been recognized as slum but not notified necessarily. Identified slums are those which can be identified based on the pointers, like there should be compact areas of 300 population minimum, 60 to 70 households, which should lack in the basic infrastructure and water supply sanitary facilities. So identified slums. So A and B are the correct options for this question number 25. So that is again a 1 mark MSQ question. The next one, again a MSQ question for 1 mark. Which of the following is in the common part? We are still in the common part over here. So today's session is completely focused only on the common part. Which of the following is under the purview of Energy Conservation Building Code of 2017? So ECBC, this is a question based on ECBC. Which of these are under the purview of ECBC? They are asking indoor lighting, outdoor lighting, plug loads and embodied energy. Embodied energy of building materials which are derived from life cycle analysis. That is not a part of ECBC, because Energy Conservation Building Code focuses on energy efficiency of buildings particularly. They have categorized into 4 categories like building envelope, heating and cooling loads, and so on. You have those 4 categories in ECBC. And there are 3 levels of compliance. If you know, in ECBC, there is ECBC compliant building, ECBC plus building, and super ECBC building. There are compliance, 3 levels of compliance as defined in ECBC. Embodied energy is not a part of it. Embodied energy is considered embodied energy of building materials, sustainable building practices, life cycle analysis of building material. These are taken as inputs for rating buildings level of sustainability from green building point of view. But ECBC focuses on energy efficiency and conservation. So embodied energy is not a part of it. If you look into the snippet taken from ECBC published by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, the provisions of ECBC, this code here is ECBC. The provisions of this code apply to building envelope. I told you there are 4 categories. You have building envelope, mechanical systems for heating, ventilation, air conditioning, including hot water. The third one is interior and exterior lighting. You can see clearly interior and exterior lighting is a part of ECBC. It is in the purview of ECBC. Interior lighting is basically the lighting fixtures inside the space. Exterior lighting include the lighting used in the facade articulation and so on, and also the lighting used in the surrounding landscape of a building, not necessarily indoor. So A and B both are a part of ECBC's guidelines. Then you have electric power and motors and renewable energy systems. That's the 4th category. The provisions of this code do not apply to plug loads. It is clearly mentioned. This do not apply to plug loads. And also do not apply to equipment and parts of buildings that use energy for manufacturing processes, unless otherwise mentioned in the code. So in factories and all, if there is electricity being consumed for manufacturing process, which ultimately will be used to make profit out of it, that is not a part of ECBC's guidelines for energy consumption. So plug loads also are not a part of it. Plug loads include basically the electric fixtures, like for example television, washing machine, or all the plug loads. That's not a part of the ECBC's purview. So indoor and outdoor lighting are the options, appropriate options from the given 4 options for the purview of ECBC. The next question, question number 27. Which of the following is or are used for municipal fiscal revenue mobilization? Very simple question. How does the urban local body get money for its day-to-day activities, for its, what are the sources for municipal fiscal resource mobilization? Fiscal resource mobilization is basically sources of money which are used at a municipality level. So from the given options, property tax obviously is collected by the ULB. That comes under fiscal resource mobilization of municipality. Development charges also is a part of the development charges, as in whenever there is development which happens, construction of any type of facility, there are development charges which are charged by the municipality. Municipal fiscal resource mobilization include development charge also. Income tax is not a direct revenue source for the municipality. Income tax is collected at the central government level, which through devolution of funds will reach on to the state and state level and then passes on to ULB, but it is not a resource for municipal fiscal mobilization directly. Salary of municipal staff, that is an outgoing, that is not a resource of fund for municipality at all. So option A and B are the correct options for the municipal fiscal resource mobilization from the given options. Now comes the last 1 mark question. Ramp. So this is a numerical question. There's a 1 mark numerical asked in the gate. Last year, that is 2023, there was no numerical asked in the 1 mark part. But in 2024, there are numericals asked in the 1 mark questions as well. Let us look into this question. A ramp with a slope of 1:12. So there's a ramp, the slope of which is given as 1:12. The ratio of rise and run, that is given as 1:12 for the ramp. Intermediate landings of length 1.5 meter each are provided after every 9 meter running length. After every 9 meters, they are saying there is a landing of 1.5 meters. The running length of a straight lamp, including landing, to negotiate a level difference of 900 mm of vertical distance. So they are saying that the rise is 900 mm. And they're asking what is the running length of the ramp. Including the landing, they have said that there's a 1.1.5 meter landing after every 9 meters of running length. Firstly, let us try to find out what is the overall running length. If that running length, what is running length? The inclined length. That's called as running length of the ramp. If the running length is more than 9, you'll need to assume a landing. For every 9 meter of running length, there is a landing of 1.5 meter, you should assume. First, let us find out the running length overall considering a rise of 900 mm. So, ratio between rise and run. If I write it in meters, 900 mm will be 0.9 meters. Is the rise divided by the run is equal to 1/12. So, this implies the run of the ramp is coming out to be 12 into 0.9. You can use your calculators to find out 12 into 0.9. That should come out to be 10.8 meters. That's the run. Now that's not the running length. Running length is the inclined length. Now in the ramp, we have identified that the rise is 0.9. The horizontal distance that is run, that is 10.8. What is the running length of the ramp? X. That running length, hypotenuse of the right angle triangle, that will be equal to root over a square plus b square. So 10.8 square plus 0.9 whole square and square root of it. You can use your calculators again. Square root of 10.8 square plus 0.9 square, which is coming out to be 10.84. To be specific, it is 10.8374. 8374 can be rounded off closely to 10.84. Now this is more than 9 meter. For every 9 meter running length, they are asking us to provide a running mid landing or landing of 1.5. So how many such landings will you get in 10.84 running length? Only once you will get the landing. That landing is 1.5. So the total running length will be 10.84 plus 1.5 meter of landing. So that will come out to be 12.34. So 12.33 or 12.34 should be the answer in meters. So it's they're asking us to round off to 2 decimal places. So you can probably round it off to 12.33 or 12.34 as the answer. They're asking us in meters. So the total running length will be 12.34 meters for this particular question. Excuse me. The next one. So that's about the first part of the question paper of the common part, where we have discussed the 1 mark questions. Now moving on to the scoring area of the question paper, the 2 marks questions, where you will again have multiple choice, multiple select, and also numerical questions. Let us look into the next ones, are this question number 29. So question number 29 to 49 are 2 marks questions. So let us look into question number 29. Firstly, let us look into the theoretical questions, and then we will be moving on to the numerical part after it. So this is a multiple choice question. Match the following. Match the features in group 1 with the corresponding software tools in group 2. So you'll need to match they're asking us to match the software tools with their features. So even if you match the following questions, the best thing is, even if you know 1 or 2, you can try to eliminate the other options and try to come up with an option. I'm sure all of you are aware that, so from these, if I mark some simple ones, Open Studio, I'm sure every one of you knows it's a very popular software used, which can be integrated with BIM and is used for energy simulation, energy modeling. So Open Studio is used for energy modeling. Even if you don't know that, I'm sure you all know StatPro is used for structural analysis. So that is something which everyone probably is aware of. So even let us see, if I just know 1 or 2, can I answer the question? Let us try to see. If I just know structural analysis is StatPro or STAD, that is 3. S3, there are 2 options, B and also D. So A and C are eliminated. Then for energy modeling, there is Open Studio. For Q, it is 1. So there is only one option which you can right away select. That is option B. So raster graphics editing, that is GIMP. Then you have visual programming interface, Grasshopper, which is a plugin. Grasshopper is used for visual programming interface, which you can use multiple inputs with various uh, programming can be done in order to get parametric outputs of it. So visual programming interface is Grasshopper. So 2, 1, 4, 3 is the correct answer. That is option B. So that's a very simple 2 marks question in the form of match the following. The next one. This again is a 2 marks match the following question. Let us look into this. Match the elements in group 1 with the corresponding buildings. So they have given some features and they're asking you to match. So if you see contemporary architecture, famous buildings, this is something which many people think that it is a part of architecture part. Not necessarily. You do get questions always. You get, even in the past there have been questions in the common part on architectural awareness, on understanding famous buildings and how they function and the features of it. So however, most of the options over here also relate to the structural forms of buildings, so you should be aware of it. Tune mass damper is a very famous component used in Taipei 101, the high-rise building, for its protection from earthquake resistance, for lateral loading particularly. Tune mass damper protects the Taipei 101, once a high-rise, world's largest, tallest building. It protects it from lateral loading of earthquake loads and wind loads particularly. So for R, it will be 1. Lightweight structure, I'm sure you all know the Pritzker Award winning architect Shiguru Ban, who won Pritzker Prize for his design of lightweight structures. Paper log houses is something which can be categorized under lightweight houses. So 4 will be the correct option. Base isolator is something which you have in this Museum of New Zealand. So 3 will be the correct option. Diagrid, I'm sure you all know that the Jerkin in London by Norman Foster uses a diagrid structural system. So for S, it will be 2. So the correct answer should be 4, 3, 1, 2, which again is option B. So that will be the correct option. Even if you know 1 or 2, like even if you know that for P it is 4 and for R it is 1. For R1, P4, there is only one option. Even if you can eliminate the incorrect options, even if you know 1 or 2, you can try to attempt the question from that known information. That's the best thing of multiple choice question in the form of match the following. The next one. This again is the match the following. Match the concepts in group 1 with the corresponding description in group 2. So let us try to do this. First one, NIMBY. So it is basically not in my backyard. That's the full form of NIMBY, which is a concept where there is a resistance of any physical intervention by public or private enterprise within their neighborhood. If I don't want some form of development or some form of say new infrastructure in my particular locality, I can oppose it. So that concept is basically NIMBY, not in my backyard. So for P it is 5 right away. So you can right away eliminate C and also D from that. Now from option A and B you will need to see form based code. You can see, if you carefully read, you should have some patience and read the options one by one clearly. Form based code affording a clear view of waterfront to a plot through an abutting street. Planning and zoning tool to regulate the development primarily through the urban forms, that's called as form based code, where there is planning and zoning tool to regulate the development, particularly from the context of urban form. So for Q it is 2. There's only one option where you have 5 and 2 starting in the beginning. So option A should be the answer right away. You can look into the remaining aspects also. Tactical urbanism, that's defined as short-term, low-cost, scalable intervention and policies to change a neighborhood used in urban design generally. That is tactical urbanism, point 4. Then you have suburbanization, which is establishment of residential areas in the outskirts of a city. That is point 3. So 5, 2, 4, 3. Option A will be the appropriate answer for this question. So these are various concepts in the context of urban planning and design which have been defined in this particular column 2. The next one, 2 marks, theoretical multiple choice question again. It is also based on urban renewal projects. Match the urban renewal projects with the corresponding city. So again, this is in the area of urban design. Famous urban design projects, and you'll need urban renewal to be particular, and you'll need to match the city. I'm sure most of you know many of these. The first one, it is uh, Chiangyechen, that is a stream, a water stream where urban design has been done in the capital of South Korea, that is Seoul. So option point 3 for P. Then you have the High Line. High Line is an urban renewal project of New York where an abandoned elevated railway project or railway line has been redeveloped to function as an urban space, or urban design was done to function as a linear garden. So the High Line is a feature of New York City. Excuse me. Falls Creek South is an urban renewal project of Vancouver in Canada. Canary Wharf, I'm sure you know there are a lot of wharfs in the city of London along the River Thames. Canary Wharf is one of those neighborhoods. So Canary Wharf, London would be the correct option 2. 3142, you can select the appropriate option, that is option A. So even if you can know one or two, you can try eliminating the others and come up with the answer. The correct answer for this question would be option A. Moving on to the next one, question number 33 now. Again, a match the following question. I told you in the beginning also you'll need to know the national parks, wetlands, biosphere reserves, national forests, so reserved forests in India and the geography of them, the features. So this is again based on that. Match the biosphere reserves in group 1 with the corresponding features in group 2. So Gulf of Mannar, I'm sure you all know that it is dominated by seagrass and coral reefs. That would be the option appropriate answer. Sundarbans, I'm sure it is. You all know that it is a part of Biosphere Reserve. It is also a part of the wetlands, Ramsar listed wetland. In fact, the largest wetland of all the 80 in India. Sundarbans is known for swamp forest and mangroves. So point 3. So 4-3, I think there's only one option again. Even if you're, so this year, match the following questions are relatively easier. Even if you know one or two, you can eliminate and come up with an answer. Generally, there are at least one or two such match the following which are very difficult to do by elimination approach if you know one or two, sometimes in GATE. But this year it was not that way. So the next one, Nanda Devi, it is a ridge and a glacier, option 1. Nilgiri is known for its stepped hills, so 2. 4312, that is option C. That would be the correct answer for this question. Moving on to the next one. That's question number 33. 2 marks, multiple choice question from this year 2024 GATE. Next one, 34th question. I think there are just 2 more match the followings or 3 more match the followings. Let us see. The question number 34. The terminologies in group 1. Sorry. The terminologies in group 1, match the terminologies in group 1 with the descriptions in group 2. Again, it is based on the concepts of urban planning, where they have used some terms like edge city, synchism, herbicide, and urban sprawl. You'll need to match them with the definitions, appropriate definition. Synchism is a term which is used for union of several settlements, which together can be considered as one area, union of several small urban settlements under one rule. That's called as synchism. So for Q, it is 5. Edge city, herbicide, I'm sure you all know herbicide is basically killing. So herbicide is violence against the city. So it will be 2 for R. So I think 5 and 2, you can see it only in one option, 5 and 2. Option A should be the correct answer for this question. So Edge City is a secondary central building, central business district, CBD, on the edge of the city. That's called as the Edge City. So that is 3. Then you have urban sprawl. Urban sprawl is defined as a rapid expansion of geographical areas of towns or cities. So that will be 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. Option A will be the correct answer for this question number 34. The next one. Question number 35. This again is a very simple question where they have just tried to confuse you by giving you various terms of float. So floating floor, float wall, metal float, free float, and they are asking you to match them with the. So this question, it is not belonging to one particular topic. It is a combination of multiple topics, including acoustics, including, say, again, acoustics is a part of the architecture part, but you do have a question related to it in the common part. Then you have a question on float valve. Float valve is used for overflow control in water containers, storage tanks, and cisterns. So float valve is basically overflow control. Option 1 for it. Floating floor is used as an acoustical buffer. So floating floor is nothing but in floorings to create to isolate the vibrations particularly and reduce the floor, you have a floating floor, a second floating level, typically with an air gap, so that the vibrations do not pass through the building components. That's used as an acoustical buffer. Floating floor is a term related to acoustical buffer. Metal float is an equipment. It is a tool used for plastering the walls, particularly it's a type of trowel. So metal float is a term related to plastering equipment. Free float, I'm sure you all know the definition of free float. It is the additional time you have on an activity without affecting the early start of the subsequent or successor activity. It's a term used in project management. Delayed, not affecting a project. That is basically point 2. 3142 is the correct answer. So option C will be the appropriate option for this question number 35 for 2 marks. The next one. So you see, relatively the questions were easier or towards something slightly easier side in this 2024 paper. Question number 36. As per URDPFI guidelines of 2015, match the educational facilities in group 1 with a corresponding minimum population to be served as served per facility. This is a direct URDPFI guideline standard taken from social infrastructure. That is in the 8th chapter of URDPFI guidelines volume 1. You have physical and social infrastructure. Physical infrastructure includes solid waste management, water supply, sewage treatment, and so on, transportation too. And then you have social infrastructure where you have educational facilities, healthcare facilities, and all mentioned. Integrated school, they have given various types of school. Even if you don't know the exact standard, you can try to arrange them in the form of hierarchy and see which option suits. Primary school obviously will be the least level of hierarchy in schools, which will serve the smallest population, at least from these given options. So for primary school, it will be actually, as per the URDPFI guidelines, the standard should be 5,000, not 4,000. So that's an error in the question paper. But I don't think they will consider marks to all just because of this error. However, students can try by claiming it, by contesting it, that there is an error in the question. But again, it is just up to them to consider it for marks to all or not. So let us go through this first. So for primary school, option 1 is the most relevant one. 5,000, however, is the population. Then you have integrated school, which comes after senior secondary. Actually, for senior secondary, it is 7,500. So senior secondary is the next one in terms of hierarchy. Integrated school serves a population of 90,000. So this is 3. College serves a population of 1,25,000. That is option 4. So 3541 is the appropriate option. 3541 is seen in option B. So that's the correct answer for question number 36. I've actually compiled, you can check out this table from URDPFI guidelines where they have given the various categories of educational facilities, the student strength, population served by one school, the area requirement and other controls like pre-primary nursery school can serve a population of 2500, requires an area of 0.08 hectares and also should be located near a small park. Then you have primary school with a population of 5000, 4000 it is mentioned in the question paper with an error. Integrated school, I told you it is 90,000 to 1 lakh. Then you have the next point, probably college, as we saw, college has a population to be served of 1,25,000, which I think comes after this. It's not, it's missing in the snapshot which I've taken over here. So B is the appropriate answer for this question number 36. So that's about the multiple choice questions. Moving on to the multiple select questions of the 2 marks part. So we are left out with the 2 marks multiple select questions and 2 marks numerical answer type questions. So the questions with negative marking are completed. All the remaining questions will be solving. These are questions without negative marking the further questions. So let us look into the next one. This is a multiple select question. Question number 37. It's based on the concept of thermal comfort. So thermal comfort actually, as per the official syllabus, it is a part of the architecture part. But you do have question for 2 marks in the common part in 2024 paper. Which of the following statements is or are true? Physiological equivalent temperature, which is generally abbreviated as PET, it is a type of thermal comfort index. It is used for measurement of thermal comfort. There are various types of thermal comfort indices like ET index, effective temperature, corrected effective temperature, predicted mean vote PMV, tropical summer index TSI. Similarly, you also have PET, that is a thermal comfort index generally used for outdoor thermal comfort. It is used to assess outdoor thermal comfort. So it is used in outdoor thermal comfort evaluation. That's the correct option. Option A will be the correct option. Thermal performance index TPI is computed using outdoor surface temperature of building envelope. That is incorrect because thermal performance index. So just like how for building envelope components like roof or wall, you generally measure U value or R value. U value and R value are measured for steady state heat flow. Thermal performance index is an alternative way to assess the thermal properties or say the thermal quantities related to building envelope. It is used assessing the indoor surface temperature, not the outdoor surface temperature. So B will not be the correct option. This is a slightly advanced concept in which research is something which is still ongoing. So thermal performance index is computed using indoor surface temperature of building envelope. So it's not outdoor. That's not the correct option. Reynolds number less than 2000 refers to laminar flow. Reynolds number greater than 4000 refers to turbulent wind flow. So to understand the nature of wind flow, laminar flow is something where the wind velocity is relatively slower. Turbulent flow is something where the Reynolds number is higher. So for laminar flow, Reynolds number for laminar flow is something which is generally close to 2000 or up to 2000. Some books also say that it should be up to 2200 or 2300. That's the upper limit for laminar flow. Whereas for turbulent flow, Reynolds number is generally assumed to be up to 3500 to 4000. So actually in most of the books it is written as 3500. But here they're talking about greater than 4000. It is generally greater than the Reynolds number should be more than 4000 for turbulent, more than 3500 for turbulent flow. 4000 also is a value mentioned in some of the books. So both C and D can be. However, students can try by contesting it. 4000 or 3500 is also a value which is referred to in some books for turbulent wind flow. However, A, C and D are the answers for this, can be the correct options. Excuse me. A, C and D would be the appropriate options for this question, which talks about the Reynolds number for turbulent and laminar flow and also the physiological equivalent temperature which is used to assess the outdoor thermal comfort. So that's about question number 37, which was asked for 2 marks in multiple select question type. The next one, which of the following statements is or are correct? It relates to the concept of color theory, a very simple question, something which you all might have studied in your first year of your college, architecture colleges. Which of the following statement is correct? Yellow, blue, violet, red, violet are split complementary. Now to answer such questions, I always tell all my students, you can quickly draw the color wheel and then check which of the options are correct. So this is based on color wheel, so we will look into this question and assess it in a while. Orange, green, violet are analogous combination. Analogous colors are continuous colors on a color wheel. Split complementary are basically a set of three colors where you have a color and two more colors on each side of its complementary. That's, you need to know the definitions to answer these questions. We'll look into that also. Then you have blue, green, orange, red are tetradic color combination. Tetradic is set of four colors, which is a combination of two set of complementary colors. We will look into that also. CMYK is subtractive color. So there are two types of color models: subtractive color system and additive color system. Subtractive color system is used to assess the color and understand the color of physical objects. Like, it is used in print media generally. So it is based on this CMYK. You might have heard in printers also there are CMYK, where K stands for key, that is black. Cyan, magenta, yellow are the primaries of subtractive color system. So C is it's a subtractive color system. In primary color system, it is RGB. Red, green, and blue are the primaries of the additive color system. Subtractive color system is based on CM/K model. So that's the correct option. The remaining ones, let us try to answer or check by drawing the color wheel quickly. So you can always start by plotting down the primaries first. What are the primaries of the color wheel, of the 12-part color wheel? The primary colors are red, yellow, and blue. Then between red and blue, you would be having violet. Between yellow and blue, you will be having green. Red and yellow, you will be having orange. And you will have the tertiary. These are the secondary colors. The tertiary colors which further come between these, you can just write them in short as red, violet, RV. Then you have blue, violet, BV. Then you have blue, green over here. Yellow, green over here. Always write the primary first and then the secondary. So yellow, orange and red, orange. So these are the tertiary colors in yellow. So I've written down the primary, secondary and tertiary of the 12-part color wheel. Let us check the options one by one now. Yellow, blue, violet and red, violet are split complementary. So what is split complementary set? So which of the colors form a split complementary set along with yellow? If I select yellow, you will need to, what is the split complementary set of it? You need to select both the colors on each side of its complementary. The complementary of yellow is violet. You will not select violet. You should split out the complementary, that is red violet and blue violet. So these three colors will form a split complementary. Are they talking about yellow, red violet, blue violet? Yes. So option A will be the correct. It's a set of split complementary colors. Then you have orange, green, violet are analogous. Orange, green and violet. Orange, green, violet are basically a set of tertiary colors which are equidistant, equally placed. That's a triadic color scheme, which are not analog. Analogous are three continuous colors of the color wheel. So this is not a correct option. Then you have blue, green and orange. Blue, green, orange and red are tetradic color combination. Let us see, let us mark the given options. The given colors, if you mark. Okay, so they're talking about blue, green, orange and red, orange and red. So blue and orange are complementary, red and green are also complementary. So two set of complementary colors which are forming a rectangle are referred to as tetradic color scheme. So option D also is correct. So the correct options over here will be A, C and D. Those are the correct options for this question number 38, which was a 2 marks multiple select question from 2024 GATE. The next one. Which of the following statements is or are correct? It is based on famous landscape gardens. You need to know the information about famous gardens and landscape features, where they are, geographical location and all. So the Royal Botanical Garden is in Kew, England. That's absolutely correct. Kew Garden is also called as the Royal Botanical Garden in England. So that's the correct option. Villa di Este in Tivoli is in Tivoli, Italy, and that's the correct option. Villa di Este is a Italian garden in Tivoli. Indira Gandhi Memorial Tulip Garden is in Srinagar, Jammu Kashmir. That also is a correct option. Shinjuku Gyeon National Garden is in Beijing, China. It's actually located in Japan. It's in Tokyo. So this is not a correct option. A, B, and C are the correct options for this multiple select question number 39 based on landscape architecture. The next one, question number 40. Which of the following statement is or are correct? Again, a question from landscape architecture based on the characteristics of various, say, types of plants. The first one, hibiscus or China rose is a shrub which has red, pink, white, and yellow blossom. That is absolutely correct. Hibiscus can have all these colors. It can have red, pink, white, or yellow color flowers, bloom colors. So that's the correct option. The next one, Frangipani, Champa, and Plumeria alba are names of the same flowering tree. That is correct. These are alternative names of Plumeria alba. That's a correct. It's a flowering tree at 2. So that's a correct option. The next one you have is Jacaranda, Gulmohar, and Amaltas are flowering trees. Absolutely. Amaltas has a yellow bloom. Gulmohar, all these are blooming flowering trees particularly. So C is correct option. Next one, the fruit of Kadamba tree is conical in shape and poisonous for humans. That is not a correct statement because this particular Kadamba tree has spherical fruit, which is not poisonous to human beings. It is used. It is also assumed that it has medical properties. It is used for consumption too. So it is not poisonous as such. A, B, and C are the correct options. For question number 40, again from landscape architecture. The next one, question number 41. Very simple question based on the components of ROW, right of way from transport planning. I am sure all of you have seen road sections, have drawn road sections in transport planning sometime in your bachelor's, even if you're from architecture or planning background. What are the components of right of way? Building line absolutely cannot be a part of the right of way. Obviously, right of way includes the carriageway, the shoulders, the sidewalks, and till the curb line. What is right of way? It is curb to curb. So basically it does not have building line, it does include curb, it does include carriageway, does include sidewalk. So B, C, and D. It also includes shoulders, if any, shoulder on each side of the carriageway. So all those together is called as right of way. So building line is not a part of the ROW or right of way. B, C, D will be the appropriate option for this components of right of way from transport planning. The next one. This is the last multiple select question from the theoretical part of 2 marks questions of 2024 paper. As per the National Building Code of 2016, terminologies associated with firefighting in buildings is or are. So they have a part 4 of NBC volume 1 is fire safety, fire and building safety. They're asking which of these terms relate to fire safety and firefighting in buildings. Refuge area absolutely is a component of firefighting. Refuge area is provided in high-rise buildings. There are guidelines how much should the refuge area be, or refuge area is generally calculated for the population of the present floor and the floor just above it for the 2 floors. And there are guidelines after which level should you provide the refuge area and so on. So refuge area is a part of firefighting. Water sprinkler system, absolutely water sprinkler system, water mist system. Then you have foam based firefighting system. All these are used in firefighting. Panic bar or push bar or panic bar is a component of fire door, a fire resistant door. This is a component of fire door. So it is related to firefighting also again. So panic bar is correct. Atrium is a part of a building which is generally a lobby area where you can have a visual say connect with multiple floor levels from that open central space. It's not necessarily a component of firefighting. So A, B, and C are the correct options from firefighting terms used in firefighting of building point of view. So that was the last theoretical question. Let us now move on to the remaining numerical questions. So the 2 marks numericals are from 43 to 49. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. There are 7 numericals which have been asked for 2 marks in this year's paper. In the common part, there are numericals in the architecture part and planning part, that is part B also, which we will discuss in another session. So for now, let us focus on this question number 43. If you follow our YouTube channel, probably you are aware we have already solved this question in the memory based question in 2024 memory based question. There's a video of it which we have already put out. Once our students from their remembrance of the gate paper, they have given some inputs. From that we have solved some questions already on the same YouTube channel. So this question was solved with exact same numbers, exact same support systems. We had solved it already. So let us solve it again for this session. Also, if someone has missed out earlier, let me quickly solve this question for you. So let us look into this. For the beam shown, ignoring the self weight, the maximum hogging moment generated for the loads indicated is dash. They're asking us what is the maximum hogging moment. Hogging moment is a negative bending moment basically. They're asking what is the maximum negative bending moment in this beam. For that, how can you find out the maximum bending moment of a given beam? You can quickly draw the SFD BMD of it. In order to draw the shear force bending moment diagram, the first step always is to calculate the support reactions. So in this particular beam, there are two supports, support reaction over here and a support reaction over here. For the ease of calculation, let me mark these points. Let us say this is point A, point B, point C is where the UDL is starting, point D is where you have the next roller support, and let us say this is point E. So let me mark these as points A to E. There is a reaction at A and also D. So let me write down over here. Solving those unknown reactions, RA plus RD should be equal to, the upward reaction should be equal to the load acting from the top. The load is 3 kilonewtons plus the UDL value is 2 kilonewton per meter over a span of 2 meter, plus there is a 5 kilonewton load. For UDL, you should multiply the UDL value with the span of the UDL. So that is coming out to be 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 12, 12 kilonewtons. That is the value of RA plus RD. That is the first equation we have, which I have obtained by summing up all the vertical orientation forces to 0. That's what you will be getting. The next one, in order to calculate these reactions, you can now find out summation of moments about any point to be 0. Let me apply summation of moment about point A should be 0 if I apply this, because it's always easy if you take up along a particular reaction. If you do it, you can right away eliminate that and get the value of the other reaction. So let me do this. Summation of moments about section at point A should be 0. So starting with the 3 kilonewton force, 3 kilonewton multiplied by 1 meter. So point A is over here. The 3 kilonewton load is acting from the top from a perpendicular distance of 1 meter. So this is the support, or this is the reference section. The load is acting from the top. So the type of rotation or the type of moment it will create will be a clockwise moment, and always clockwise moments are taken as positive. So this will be plus. The next one, it is, so this UDL I can convert it into a point load of 4 kilonewton acting at the centroid of the UDL. Centroid of the UDL will be 1 meter from this point and 1 meter from the support. So if I take up that next force, that is 4 kilonewtons, the value of the UDL. If I convert it into concentrated load at the center, acting at the centroid of the UDL, that 4 kilonewton multiplied by 1 plus 1.5 plus 1, that's the perpendicular distance, so it is 3.5 meters. So 4 into 3.5. Again, this is the reference section A. The load is acting from the top. It is creating a clockwise moment. Clockwise turning effect is always taken as positive again. So that's positive. Then you have a reaction at support D. The perpendicular distance of the support reaction that is at point D from the reference point, that is point A, will be 1 plus 1.5 plus 2. That will come out to be 4.5. And the reference point, this is the reference section A. D is over here. RD is acting from the bottom. So it will create an anti-clockwise turning effect because this is the reference section. Load is acting from the bottom. So it will create an active anti-clockwise turning effect that will be taken as negative. So this is minus. The next one is 5 kilonewton. Now you see this question, actually structures is a part of the architecture part, but it did end up coming in the common part. Never do a mistake. If you are preparing for future examination, we always recommend the students to learn at least the basics of all the concepts, because questions can end up in the common part even from those topics of architecture and planning. So basic, you should not leave out, it would not be wise to leave out something when you're preparing for GATE. And also If you have a comprehensive preparation, it will be useful for your other examinations also, like various requirement examinations and all. So considering that, you should not leave out any subject. So that's RD. Then you have 5 kilonewton load acting at point E. Again, it is acting from the top. So with respect to the support section at A, it will create a clockwise moment, which will again be taken as positive. So it will be plus 5 into the perpendicular distance over here. It is 1 plus 1.5 plus 2 plus 2. That is 6.5. So it is 5 into 6.5. Summation of all these moments should sum up to 0 for equilibrium of the given beam. So over here you will get 4.5 into RD should be equal to, this is minus, so take it to the other side, you will get 4.5 RD is equal to, sum up all these 3 plus 4 into 3.5 plus 6.5 into 5. You can use your calculators to do that quickly. So it is 3.5 into 4, that is 14, plus 6.5 into 5, it is coming up to 46 till now, plus 3, it's coming out to be 49. So this implies RD is equal to 49 upon 4.5. So that will be, so you can check once again, 6.5 into 5. 6.5 into 5 is 32.5, sorry. Plus 3 plus 3.5 into 4. It's coming out to be 49.5, not 49. It's coming out to be 49.5. So 49.5 divided by 4.5. It's coming out to be 11 kilonewtons. So reaction at point D, let me mark it over here. This is coming out to be 11 kilonewtons. If this is 11, sum should be 12. So this will be 1 kilonewton over here. So I have solved the support reactions, RA and RD. Now once you have the value of RA and RD, you can quickly draw the shear force and bending moment diagram for it to get the maximum bending moment of the given beam. So let us do that now. So if I mark the given beam, you have a 1 kilonewton reaction at the support at point A. Then you have a 3 kilonewton load acting from the top over here. Then you have point C. You have a UDL from point C till point D. That's coming out to be 2 kilonewton per meter. Then at this point D, you have an upward 11 kilonewton support reaction. Then you have a downward force of 5 kilonewtons acting here. If I mark these points for our reference, these are point A, B, C, D and E. So you need to draw the shear force bending moment diagram for this particular beam. Let me do that. Let me drop down the reference points. Always, shear force diagram is derived from the loading diagram and it is taken generally to be of same span of the shear force diagram, the same span of the given beam. So if I draw that, let us say this is the reference line for the shear force diagram. 1 kilonewton of upward load, so it will be an upward jump of 1 kilonewton. This is 1. It is constant till point B and there's a downward fall of 3 kilonewton, so it will reach out to point -2 here. And then it is constant till this point C. Between point C and D, so shear force at point D minus shear force at point C should be equal to area under the loading diagram, which is -4. Minus because it is a downward acting force. -2 kilonewton per meter over 2 meter span. So that will be -4. So shear force at point D minus shear force at point C is already -2 is equal to -4. So if I simplify that, I will get shear force at point D will be -4 -2. That should be -6. So at point D it will be -6. The type of line I'll be using is constant and negative. It's a negative load. So negative and constant line will be like this. Then between D and E you have a straight line. No, there's an upward jump at point D, right? Upward load of 11. So from -6 you will be reaching up to +5. It is constant till here and then there's a sudden fall at point D. That's the shear force diagram which I have drawn quickly, and I'm not going into the basics of it will, for I assume you know the basics of it, so I have quickly solved it for your understanding. Now from the shear force diagram you can generate the bending moment diagram. So if you draw the bending moment diagram for this, start with 0 because there is no point moment acting at support A, and it is not a fixed support too, so it will be 0 over here. It is a hinge support, and that's where bending moment will be 0. Between point A and B, the area of the shear force diagram. Let me mark the spans for a ease of understanding. This is 1 meter, 1 meter. This is, sorry, 1.5. This is 2 meter, and this is positive, and this is negative, and again positive at the top. So if I draw the bending moment diagram, the area so basically bending moment over here at point A is 0. Between point A and B, this is C, this is D, and this is E. Let me mark over here A, B, C, D, and E. Between point A and B, so you can write it this way: bending moment at B minus bending moment at A is 0 should be equal to area under the shear force diagram, which is 1 into 1, that is 1 kilonewton meter. So bending moment at B will be 1 kilonewton meter, positive value. What type of curve will be using? Positive and constant. So positive and constant curve will be like this. So that's about between A and B. At point B, you don't have any point moment. Now the next equation I'll write is between C and B. So bending moment at C minus bending moment at B is 1 is equal to area under the shear force diagram is minus 2 into 1.5. That will be minus 3. So bending moment at C will be minus 3 plus 1, that will be minus 2. So at point C it will be minus 2. This is plus 1. This is minus 2. What type of curve is it? It is negative and constant. Now which point is it cutting through over here? It's referred to the point where the bending moment diagram changes its sign. It's called as point of contraflexure. You can determine that point of contraflexure using similar triangles principle. This height is 1 and this is minus 2. Accordingly, you can divide the span of 1.5 into x and y, and you can use similar triangles to find out the distance of point of contraflexure. However, this is minus 2 at point C. Then between C and D, let me apply this principle again over here. Bending moment at D minus bending moment at C is minus 2 is equal to area under the shear force diagram between those 2 points. Area under the shear force diagram between those 2 points C and D, this area, it's a trapezium. Half h into a plus b. So what is that area? Half into height is minus 6. This is minus 6 into a plus b. So basically, sorry, the height is not minus 6. The height between the two parallel lines, it is 2. Half into 2 into a plus b. A plus b is minus 6 and minus 2. That is minus 8. So that's coming out to be minus 8. This should be minus 8. Bending moment at point D, bending moment at point D is equal to minus 8 minus 2. This goes to the other side. It becomes minus 2. So that will be minus 10. At point D, it will be minus 10, negative 10. So let me continue the diagram. Just try to understand it because of lack of space. I'm trying to, the diagram might not look as it should actually. And what type of curve? It is negative and increasing slope. Negative and increasing slope will be something like this. So this is minus 10. And then finally between D and E, at point E it will be 0 again because it's a support, and it is positive and constant. Positive and constant line will be like this. So that's the bending moment diagram. The lowest point we will reach at the bottom, that is minus 10. So the maximum negative bending moment, maximum hogging moment is 10 kilonewton meter. You should understand. So it's not difficult. What should you know? You should know the process. If you are aware of the process of how to generate the shear force diagram from the loading diagram and the bending moment diagram, then you can easily draw it. However difficult the beam is, however difficult the loading or the support system is, you can easily draw it and answer the question. So 10 kilonewton meter, they have already mentioned hogging, so I'm not writing minus 10 as the answer. If in this question, if they say maximum moment generated is dash, then the answer will be minus 10. In numerical answer type question, there is a provision to type in the negative value minus also in the gate exam. However, because they're saying maximum hogging moment, already hogging is mentioned, you will not write minus again. So the answer will be 10 for this question in kilonewton meter. The next one, let us now move on to the next question. This is based on valuation part, or say the depreciation and salvage value concept. Uh, uh, at present, the cost of a new office equipment is 50,000 rupees. It has 15% salvage value. It has 15% salvage value and a useful life of 5 years. The useful life of 5 years. Using straight line method of depreciation, book value of the equipment after 3 years from now. Book value after 3 years. They're saying using straight line method of depreciation, SLM. What will be the book value after 3 years? So how can you find out book value? What is book value? Book value is the value of an asset after accounting the accumulated depreciation. For that, how can you find out the accumulated depreciation straight line method? First, you should find out what is the annual depreciation. So firstly, let us find out what is the total depreciation. Total depreciation is equal to 50,000 minus the scrap value, that is 15% of 50,000. So this will come out basically to be 85% of 50,000. What is 85% of 50,000? It can be calculated 0.85 into 50,000. Or you can also find out the salvage value and deduct it. You will get 42,500 rupees. That's the total depreciation. Now from this you can find out the annual depreciation. Annual depreciation is total depreciation, that is 42,500 divided by the number of years in the useful life. How many years is the life? 5. So that will give you the annual depreciation using straight line method SLM. That is coming out to be 8,500 rupees per year. That's the annual depreciation every year. What will be the depreciation in 3 years now? Depreciation in 3 years. It will be 3 into 8,500. So depreciation in 3 years is coming out to be 25,500. That's not the final answer. They're asking us book value after 3 years. Book value after 3 years will be initial value minus the accumulated depreciation over 3 years. So initial value is 50,000 minus the accumulated depreciation is 25,500. So if you subtract that, you will get your answer as 24,500. So subtract from 50,000, if you're subtracting 25,500, you should get 24,500. So the answer for this question will be, so it's a numerical answer type question. They're asking us the answer in integer 24,500. That's the answer. So there's no provision to type in those commas in the examination. So 24500 is the answer for this question. That's question number 44. The next one, it's a question on project management. Again, a very simple question. You can probably do it just by doing the forward path calculation. You need not even do the backward path because they're just asking the project duration. They're not asking any float. If they ask you to calculate the float, sometimes they do give you such questions too. In such questions, you'll need to do the backward path as well. So here we are only going to do the forward pass calculation and give the answer. The network diagram of the construction project is shown in the figure below. The duration of each activity in days and the early start of the project are denoted as 0 in the diagram. The total project duration along the critical path is dash days. There are multiple ways you can do it. You can do it by using forward path calculation, or you can also do it by finding out the longest path, list down all the paths on the network and find out the longest path and its duration. Let me do it by using the forward pass calculation. Start with 0. You will get the early start time is 0. So the early finish time will be 1 here. Carry on that 1 to all the activities which are successors. This is not a successor, right? Carry on 1 to all the successor. Achha, this also is a successor. So you can carry on 1 to this point, but again there's another arrow coming over here, so you need to check that as well. So 1 plus 9 you will get 10 over here, 1 plus 6 you will get 7 over here. 7 will be carried on to this point. You can carry 7 from here or 1 from here. In the forward pass you will always carry the largest value. So 7 will be carried over to this point. The early start time of u will be 7. Then the early start time over here will be 10. The early finish time here will be 17. The early finish time over here will be 7 plus 4, that is 11. 7 plus 9, that is 16. Now you can either carry 17 or 11 or 16. Maximum value will be carried in the forward pass calculation. 17 plus 1, you will get 18. So what is the project duration? It is 18 days. Starting on 0, finishing on the 18th day. So 18 is the project completion time in days. Project duration along the critical path in days will be 18. A very simple, direct, straightforward question. What is the critical path? If you know, you can have which path length is 18 here. You can see that P, Q, R, V. So duration of P plus Q plus R plus V. That should be 18. 1 plus 9, that is 10, plus 1 17, plus 1 18. That's the critical path in this network. So 18 is the correct answer for this question. No other path will have a length more than 18 in this network. If there is any other path equal to the same length of 18, then that will also be a critical path. If there's any other path with length more than 18, then that will become the answer. But the longest path is 18, so 18 is the answer for that question. Next one, it's based on architectural design. The design of a 1200 capacity concert hall considers 1/3 female audience and 2/3 male audience. The table below shows the guideline for calculating water closet requirements. The fixture is water closet. For male, it is given as one number per 100 up to 400, and over 400, one for every 250 or part thereof. So basically, they are saying 1 WC for every 100 for every 100 male up to a limit of 400. After 400, they are saying you should provide 1 WC for every 250 males. If there are some less than 250 also, you should provide one part thereof. That's for male. For female, it is 3 for every 100 up to 200 population, and over 200, 2 for every 100 and part thereof. Using the above guidelines, the number of water closets required in the total for the total audience is dash. You need to calculate the total number of W. First step is find the total population is 1200. How many are male and how many are female? That's given. 1/3 are female. 1/3 of 1200 divided by 3 will be 400 basically. So female is 400, female population is 400, male population will be 800, 2/3. Now for these 800 males, let us see how many WCs are required for male population. How many WCs are required? 1 for every 100 up to 400. So 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. That has served a population of 400. How many are you still having? 400 more. 1 for every 250. So I will provide one more. This will be for a population of 250. So we have supported a population of 650 till now. You still have a population of 150 left out. For any part thereof, you will need to provide one more, they are saying. So plus 1. That's the total number of WCs for the male population. 4 plus 1 plus 1, that is 4, 5, 6. 6 WCs are required in the male washrooms. Now coming to the female population. Female population is 400. 1 for every 3 for every 100 they are saying. So 3 up to 200. So 3 plus 3, that has served a population of 200. We still have 200 more population left out. 2 for every 100 and part thereof they are saying. Over 200, you should provide 2 WCs for every 100. So it is 2 plus 2. That has served a population of 200. 2 for every 100. 2 for one more 100. So that's coming out to be 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 2. That is 6 plus 10, 4. That is 10 WCs for the female washrooms. The total number of water closets required will be 6 for male and 10 for female. The total number is coming out to be 16 WCs. So the answer in integer will be 16 for this question based on simple calculation. There is nothing difficult over here to count the WCs based on the given population. So that's question number 46. The next one, again a 2 marks numerical. There are 3 more questions, 3 more numericals. Let us look into question number 46 first. A declining industrial town has proposed to improve water sustainability by reducing stormwater runoff through change of land use and land cover LULC as shown in the figure, to attract new residents. They have given the LULC, the land use land cover composition, industrial, residential, playground and forest. They have given the runoff for each and every type of land cover. The existing area in hectares and the proposed area in hectares are given. For this, you need to remember what is 1 hectare. 1 hectare is 10,000 square meter. That is something which you'll need to remember first. Considering a flat topography and zero additional runoff from the adjoining areas, the reduction in runoff coefficient or runoff generated for a 400 mm rainfall event, the rainfall is given as 400 mm. That's basically the intensity of the rainfall I. It is given as 400 mm. In the industrial terms of the proposed intervention in cubic meters is dashed. So they're asking us the reduction in runoff generation. How much is the... So basically there's an industrial town. They wanted to improve the water sustainability by reducing the runoff. For that they have changed the land use land cover. And they're saying by changing the land use land cover, how much is the reduction in the runoff? How much less water is getting wasted here? That's what they're asking. So there are two cases, existing and proposed. First, you will need to see what is the quantity of runoff in the existing LULC scenario, and then what is the runoff quantity in the proposed LULC scenario. So first, let us do the calculation for the existing LULC, land use land cover. For existing LULC, excuse me, for existing LULC, let us find out what is the quantity, excuse me, quantity of runoff by rational method. Q is equal to the coefficient of runoff into the intensity of the rainfall multiplied by the area of the particular given cover type. So this C into I into A, you will need to do it for each and every type of land cover. Coefficient of runoff multiplied by the intensity of the rainfall multiplied by the area in square meters. Intensity also I will change it into meter. So the intensity I value is 0.4 meter. 400 divided by 1000 millimeter to meter, you need to divide by 1000. 0.4 meter. Area, you need to multiply it with 10,000 to get the area in square meter. So C into I into A, let us find out the quantity of runoff for the existing LULC. Q1 is equal to, starting with the industrial part, the C value, coefficient of is 0.7, intensity of the rainfall is 0.4, into area is 1500 into 10 to the power of 4, into 10 to the power of 4, because 1 hectare is 10 to the power of 4 square meter. That's just for the industrial part. Plus the second part, that is the residential part, it will be 0.5, 0.5 into the rainfall is again 0.4, area is 1000 into 10 to the power of 4, plus the parks and playgrounds, the runoff coefficient is 0.25, intensity of rainfall is 0.4, the area is given as 1200 into 10 to the power of 4. Because it's area in hectare, you are converting it into square meter. The last part, that is forest area, forest runoff coefficient is 0.15, the runoff coefficient, so the intensity of rainfall is 0.4, the area coverage is 300 and into 10 to the power of 4. Add all these, you will get the quantity of runoff in the existing LULC, existing land use land cover. You can use your calculators to do this calculation of 0.7 into 0.4 into 1500 into 10,000 plus 0.5 into 0.4 into plus 0.25 into 0.4 into 1200 into 10 to the power of 4, plus finally 0.15 into 0.4 into 300 into 10 to the power of 4. So I'm getting this existing LULC, the quantity of runoff is coming out to be 75,80,000. This is the quantity of runoff in cubic meters. They're asking us the answer finally in cubic meters only. So this much is the cubic meter quantity of runoff in the existing LULC. The proposed LULC now, quantity of runoff Q for proposed LULC. For the proposed land use land cover, what is the quantity of runoff? Let us try to calculate that. Same approach, but just you'll need to take the proposed area coverage, not the existing area coverage. So what will this Q be? The runoff coefficients are same. It is 0.7 into intensity of rainfall also is same, 0.4 into, it is area 800 now. 800 into 10 to the power of 4 plus the second runoff coefficient is 0.5 for the residential land use. Area is 1200 with an intensity of rainfall of 0.4 into 1200 into 10 to the power of 4 plus the next type of the runoff coefficient is 0.25 into intensity of rainfall is 0.4. The area coverage is 1000 here for the proposed land use land cover structure. The area for parks and playgrounds is 1000. For forest, they are basically improving the forest cover here. They are making it into 1000. So plus finally 0.15 into 0.4 into 1000 into 10 to the power of 4. Now add all these four values now. You will get the quantity of runoff for the proposed land use land cover. You can do the calculation quickly. Let me do it for you. You can also use your calculators and solve it accordingly. 0.7 into 0.4 into 800 into 10 to the power of 4 plus 0.5 into 0.4 into 1200 into 10 to the power of 4 plus 0.25 into 0.4 into 1000 into 10 to the power of 4 plus finally you have 0.15 into 0.4 into 1000 into 10 to the power of 4. You can simplify if you are feeling that the calculation is too lengthy. You can simplify it actually over here. This value of 400 divide by 1000 into 10 to the power of 4. You can simplify it if you wish that way, and you can use the value 400 as it is and multiply it with only 10, whatever you feel is convenient. However, so Q1 original existing Q1 was 75,80,000. The proposed land use land cover is changing the runoff coefficient to so runoff quantity to 40,000 62,40,000 cubic meters. That's the proposed. What is the change? What is the change in the runoff now? So it is basically 75,80,000 minus 62,40,000. That's coming out to be, so the change in the runoff quantity due to change in land use cover is coming to be 1340 13,40,000 cubic meter is the answer. But they are asking us to give an answer in dash into 10 to the power of 6. So if you take this for backward by 6 decimal places, you will get the change in the runoff as the final answer is coming out to be 1.34 into 10 to the power of 6 cubic meters. That's the answer. So the answer for this question is 1.34. Answer will be in the range. However, you can answer it round off to 2 decimal places and type it as 1.34 as the correct answer. The next question. So that's about this question on land use, land cover, landscape. It's basically based on quantity of runoff related to landscape architecture. The next question. It's again a question based on housing part. A real estate developer, let me model it. A real estate developer is developing a township on public-private partnership mode, PPP mode. The total area of the site area is given to be 2.672 hectares. So in square meter, how much will this be? Into 10,000 it will basically be. So this will move forward by 4 decimal places. It will be 26720 square meter. That's the site area. Furthermore, they are saying that the floor area ratio FAR is 2.25. Of which 20% is marked for the middle income group MIG category, 20% of the built up is earmarked for middle income group. The gross area of each MIG unit, including the common areas and the service areas, is 72. So each MIG unit they're saying has an area of 72 cubic meter. Assuming super built up area to be same as FAR, the maximum number of MIG apartments that can be constructed is dash. What is the maximum number? So firstly, we'll need to see what is the total built up area of the MIG units. So for that, firstly, what is the total built up area? It is site area multiplied by the floor area ratio, FAR. Site area is 26720, FAR is 2.25. So this will give us the total built up area. How much is it coming out to be? You can use your calculators for the calculation part. 26720 into 2.25. That's coming out to be 60,120 square meter. That's the total built up area. Of this, what is the built up area for middle income group? It is 20%. 20% of total built up area. So what is 20% of built up area? This 60,120 into 0.2, it is coming out to be 12,024 square meter. That's the built up area for MIG, and each unit they are saying is 72 square meter. Sorry, this is not cubic meter, this is square meter, right? 72 square meter is the area of each unit. 72 square meters the area. Total built up area is 12,000. So what will be the maximum number of units? Number of units, MIG units particularly. That will be the total built up area, that is 12,024, divided by the area of each unit, that is 72. That will give us 167 units. That's the answer for this question. 167 total MIG built up area divided by the area of each MIG unit. The answer is coming out to be 167. Answer is required in integer. You will the answer will not probably be in a range. You need to answer the specific exact answer, 167. The last question for the numerical part, or for the common part as such, it is based on the solid waste management. Let us look into this question as well. Last question, that is question number 49. A municipal town requires a volume of 70,000. What is the required volume of solid waste? It is given as 70,000 cubic meter. So basically they are requiring 70,000 cubic meter of solid waste to fill some site, to fill a low-lying land. The city has a total of 10,000 households. 10,000 is the total households. There are three types of households: LIG, MIG and HIG, lower income group, middle income group and higher income group. 30% are LIG, 60% are MIG and 10% are HIG in the given municipal town. Equivalent volume of compacted waste generated by every household for 1 day. Per day per household, LIG people are generating 0.1 cubic meter of solid waste. MIG households are generating 0.15 cubic meter per household per day, and HIG is generating 0.2 cubic meter per household per day. Using the information in the given table, the estimated number of days required to fill the complete land. So how many days will it take for us to collect a total quantity of solid waste of 70,000 cubic meter from the garbage provided by the town? That's the question. So let us try to answer this question. What will be the total solid waste by, or let us say total solid waste generated per day? What is the total solid waste generated per day? It will be solid waste per day by LIG plus solid waste generated by day by the MIG households plus solid waste generated by day by the higher income group households. So this plus this plus this will give us the total solid waste generated by the overall city per day. So how much will this be? Solid waste generated by the lower income group households per day, how much is it? It is 0.1 cubic meter for one household. 30% are LIG. So what is the total number of households of LIG? 10,000 into 30% of it, 0.3. 30% of 10,000 is the LIG households, and each house is generating 0.1 cubic meter per day. So the total LIG or total solid waste generated by the LIG households will be 10,000 into 0.3 into 0.1 in cubic meters. Similarly, what will be the total solid waste generated by the middle income group households? Total number of middle income houses multiplied by the equivalent volume of waste generated per household per day. So it will be 60% of 10,000. So it is 10,000 into 60% is 0.6, and the waste generated by them is 0.15 cubic meters. Similarly, for the higher income group, it is 10% of the total households, 10,000 into 0.1, and the waste generated by them is 0.2 cubic meter per household per day. So that will be the total solid waste generated by the town per day. How much is the total solid waste generated by the town per day coming out to be by adding all these three values? You can use your calculators to do it. 30% of 10,000 is 3,000 basically. 3,000 into 0.1 is 300 plus 6,000 is 60% into 0.15 plus 1,000 into 0.2. 1,400 cubic meters. That is the quantity of solid waste generated by the town for one day. What is the total requirement? So in one day, the town is able to generate 1,400 cubic meters. How many days will it take to collect a total of 70,000 cubic meter and fill the low-lying land? That unitary method. If cost of one book is 1,400, how many books can you buy from 70,000 rupees? So this implies X will be 70,000 divided by 1,400. So how much is that coming out to be? You can use your calculators and do it. 70,000 divided by 1,400. You should get the answer as 50. So it will take 50 days for the town to generate 70,000 cubic meter of solid waste. So in integer, the answer will be 50. So you need to read in which units are they. Are they asking you to round off, or are they asking you the answer in integer? Accordingly, you need to give the answer. So that was the last numerical of the common part, and with that we have completed the first part of this series where we are solving the GATE 2024 question paper. I hope this video was helpful for you, where we have solved all the multiple choice, multiple select and numerical questions in detail one by one of the common part. We will meet soon in another session where we will similarly discuss the questions of the general aptitude, architecture part and planning part as well, moving further in due course of time. Thank you all for watching this video. Please do subscribe to the channel to stay updated on the next videos of the same series. If you have any doubts in any question, you can put out your doubts in the chat of this video, and if you want any further guidance from our end for your preparation of the GATE examination of 2025, you can enroll into our batches. GATE 2025 batch has already started. You can enroll it into the next upcoming batch. To know the details, you can contact and the number displayed on the screen over here, or you can also find out our YouTube, or you can also find out our social media handles and other links in the description of this video. Thank you for watching this video. We'll meet you soon in the next session. Hello everyone, welcome back to the second part of this lecture series where we are solving the GATE 2024 question paper. In today's session, our focus would be on part B1, that is the architecture part of GATE 2024. The focus of today's lecture is part B1, that is architecture part. Before I start with this particular session for the solution for the architecture part, let me tell you an important point over here with respect to part B. So part B, where you can make a selection between architecture or planning, as you probably are aware, you will have a total of 16 questions, which will give you a total weightage of 25 marks. From these 16 questions, you will have 25 marks. Now, these 16 questions are further divided into 1 mark questions and also 2 mark questions. And you have multiple choice, multiple select and numerical questions in the 1 mark questions too. And you also have similarly all the 3 types: multiple choice questions, multiple select questions and numerical answer type question. All the 3 are also asked in 1 mark, are also asked in 2 marks, giving a total weightage of 25 marks from 16 questions. That's the structure of part B, which you probably already are aware. If I tell you about one important observation from GATE 2024 paper, in 2023, the last year's question paper of GATE architecture, GATE 2023, there were no numerical questions asked in the 1 mark. And in part B, that is part B, B1 or B2 architecture part or planning part, there were only 2 numericals out of all these 16 questions. There were 2 NAT questions asked in the year 2023. Now that number has increased to 5 questions in 2024. So there are 5 numerical answer type questions out of 16 in this year's paper 2024. So that's a huge increase in the number of numerical questions. Both again, see, 1 mark question, all there are numericals. NAT type question was also asked in 1 mark. NAT type question was also asked in 2 marks. So in the last year's paper, relatively the numerical answer type questions were less in number, but this year again the number has increased both in the common part, architecture and planning, all the 3 parts. Also the NAT type questions, there is an increase in the number, as you can see, from 2 to 5. That's an increase in the number of numerical questions in 2024 question paper. That aside, now that is nothing as such. The only reason I'm telling you about this point is not because that the numbers are the number of numerical questions are increasing going down the lane or decreasing down there. That's no such observation is to be made. The only point to be remembered is there is no fixed number of numericals which you will get in the gate examination. On an average, you can get around 3 numericals plus or minus 2. That is something which you can expect in the part B if I talk about architecture part or planning part. So with that brief introduction with respect to, because many students tend to have a confusion with respect to the type of questions, weightage of questions, so I thought I will clear that in the beginning. So let us begin with our session now, where we will be solving all the 16 questions of the architecture part in this short session. So let us begin firstly by looking into this question number 50. So these are the 1 mark questions first, and then we'll be moving on to the 2 marks questions. Both will also solve the multiple choice, multiple select and numerical type questions. So starting with this first question, this was a 1 mark multiple choice question. Rose window is a characteristic feature of. So I'm sure you all are aware of what rose window is. Rose window is a type of circular window which is typically seen on the entrance. So it is designed with colorful glasses and with tracery patterns, which are generally decorative stonework patterns which you see on top of the entrance. These circular windows are called as rose windows, which is a characteristic feature of Gothic architecture, Gothic style of church. Gothic architecture is known for its pointed arches, colorful windows, circular windows called as rose windows, pinnacles, spires and towers. These are the features, characteristic features of Gothic architecture, and you'll need to, from the given options, if you look into the options, Great Temple of Amun-Re of Karnak in Egypt, that obviously is not a Gothic temple or the church. Temple of Jupiter in Lebanon, obviously not a Gothic structure. Notre Dame Paris is a prime example of Gothic architecture. So this would be the answer. Humayun's tomb at Nizamuddin, Delhi also does not have a rose window. So the correct answer for this question, which is the only Gothic structure from the given options, that is option C. So if you know, this is how you need to study history. Styles, characteristic features, and then examples. That way, whatever type of question is asked, you can easily come up with an answer for that. So that's one question. The next one, this is from the topic of HVAC systems or air conditioning systems. It is based on the concept of refrigeration cycle. So let us look into this question. The schematic diagram of a unitary air conditioner operating in cooling mode is shown in the figure below. Component P marked in the figure represents. They're asking what is the coil in the indoor. So if you know about the refrigeration cooling cycle, so that it is also important to note that the air conditioner here is working on cooling mode, because in cooling mode and in heating mode, the same refrigeration cycle, the indoor and outdoor coils will be exchanged. Let me not confuse you, but if I talk about the basic constituents or basic component, there are 4 basic components in refrigeration cycle. The working principle, refrigeration cycle is the working principle of any air conditioner or any cooling cycle, and refrigeration cycle has 4 main components: a compressor, where the refrigerant passing through the 4 components. So the 4 components are connected through copper tubes through which the refrigerant flows. The refrigerant flows through a compressor where the refrigerant is compressed so that its pressure is increased. So this pressurized refrigerant then flows into a coil, which is seen in the outdoor unit of a split air conditioner for that instance. So this coil is referred to as the condensing coil. Condensing coil, as the name suggests, that's where the refrigerant is condensed to the liquid form. So that's the condensing coil. Then the third component, that's an expansion device or an expansion valve. And then comes the indoor coil, which is the evaporator coil, where the evaporation of the refrigerant takes place in the indoor unit of the air conditioner. This is the evaporator coil. So these are the four components of refrigeration cooling cycle, starting with compressor number one, condensing coil, where the refrigerant is condensed to liquid. This pressurized liquid refrigerant passes through the expansion valve, that's the third component, where the pressure is suddenly released, and that's where cooling takes place. The refrigerant cools down, and some part of it also gets converted into vapor. So at this point the refrigerant will be a mixture of liquid and vapor, but in cool temperature, at a lower temperature. This liquid refrigerant then evaporates in the evaporator coil. The evaporation here takes place by absorbing the heat energy from the indoor air, and that's how you get the cool air over here. So at which coil or which component of the refrigeration cycle do you get cool air? Cool air is produced at evaporator coil. At which component does the refrigerant gets cooled down? The refrigerant gets cooled down at the expansion valve due to sudden fall of temperature. So these are the four basic components which you probably have an idea. There was a question in past 2022, I guess, also on the refrigeration cycle, where they asked for the state, the physical condition of the refrigerant flowing through the components. However, to come back to the question where they are asking the indoor, the cooling coil, or the coil where cooling takes place in the indoor unit, that's what they're asking. It is evaporator coil. That should be the answer from the given options. Evaporator is option B. So that would be the correct answer. The outdoor coil here is condensing coil. All these are for the cooling mode of air conditioner. That's about question number 51. Moving on, so that was a simple, straightforward, direct question on the concept of refrigeration cycle. Moving on to the next one. Titan Integrity Campus in Bengaluru is designed by, so it's architects and the work now. So Titan Integrity building is very popular. It has been a popular building mainly because it is a commercial. It's an office building, office space. Now this building is considered to be a prime example for sustainable architecture because of its sustainable building practices, with lowering the energy consumption. So it has been rated as a platinum rated green building under LEED certification. It also is a 5-star rated GRIHA 5-star rated green building. So it is a very popular exam. So whenever you get architects in the works, general trend in the gate examination, you do get questions on international architects and also Indian architects, and generally questions are asked from buildings which have been popular due to some aspect in the recent past. Now this building, as I told you, it is popular mainly because of its platinum rated LEED certification and also 5-star rated green building. So Titan Integrity Campus at Bengaluru is designed by Sanjay Mohe from the given options. The correct answer over here would be Sanjay Mohe. Option B would be the correct answer. So that's about this question number 52. Again, a straightforward one. The next one, a very simple question which has been asked with respect to the marking. So this, starting from this question, question number 53, this is a multiple select question. So let's try to look into this question. This is a multiple select question. As I told you in the past session also, in this question paper which has been published on the GATE website, it is not marked, the headings are not written as to what is MSQ, which is MCQ and NAT, but in the actual question paper, in the actual examination, it would be clearly mentioned against each and every question as to which type of question it is. So this is a multiple select question where you'll need to mark the parts over here given in this figure with respect to arch. So before we answer to the multiple select, multiple answers can be correct. Before we start answering the questions, let us try to mark, because you have only 5 parts, let us try to mark the names of these parts. So starting with Q, I'm sure you all know the central washer is referred to as keystone, the central block which basically holds everything together, all the washers together in an arch, that's called as keystone. Then as far as the arch geometry is considered, R over here, that's called as span of the arch, the horizontal clearance. The vertical clearance, which is marked as T, that is called as rise of the arch, rise and span. Then you have keystone. Moving further, the external lining of the arch, which is P, that is called as extrados. The inner lining is referred to as soffit or intrados. Moving on to this point S, which basically is a support structure which is at the bottom after the impost. Basically, you have an impost over here. Below that, this part is called as the abutment. Let us try to select the correct options which have marked these parts correctly. P extra dose, correct till there. Q is key, that's also correct. R is pan, so option A would be the correct one. Correct one. Moving on to the next one. Q is marked as key, that's correct. S is marked as abutment. T is marked as rise, so that also is a correct option. The next one, P is abutment, which is not correct, so this is an incorrect option. You need not even check the remaining points. Q is key, that's correct till there. S is span, S is not span obviously, S is abutment, so that's also an incorrect option. So the correct options in this multiple select type question for 1 mark, the correct answers will be A and B. So that's the correct answer for question number 53. Moving on to the next 54th question. It again is based on the topic of history of architecture. Which of the following buildings has or have pendentives as structural element? Which of the following options have pendentive as a structural element? 4 options are given. It's a multiple select type question again. Now, what is a pendentive? I'm sure you all are aware pendentives are concave triangular sections which basically support a dome and transfer the load of a circular plan dome onto a square plan. Because dome has a circular plan, in order to transfer the load of the dome onto 4 points, you use these triangular sections. So these triangular sections or circular triangular sections, you can say concave triangular sections, which transfer the load of a dome onto 4 points. So you have 4 pendentives, generally 4 or 8 pendentives are used to transfer the load of a dome onto a square base, where the load will be transferred onto these 4 columns or 8 columns placed at the bottom. This particular composition of supporting a dome with a structural element, which I have shaded over here. So these triangular sections are called as pendentives. Use of pendentive is something which you see in church architecture generally. A similar element which you generally see in Islamic architecture is referred to as a squinch. So from the given options, you can remember that pendentives generally, now it's not a hard and fast rule. There are Islamic structures, Islamic architecture structures too, where pendentives have been used. For example, Gol Gumbad has interlocking pendentive system to support. There are always exceptions, but in general, pendentives are found in church architecture, whereas squinches are found in Islamic architecture to meet the same structural purpose of supporting dome over a square plan. If you look into the given option, St. Mark's Basilica at Venice, Italy, that is an example of a church which has use of pendentives. Westminster Cathedral in London is not something which is a prime example where you have domes and pendentive system. Dilwara Jain temple does have a dome but does not use pendentive structure to support the dome. Haya Areen Museum and Concert Hall at Istanbul, which is a prime example of Byzantine style of church construction, that again is an pendentive and itself is a prime example for Byzantine. So it's an important element of Byzantine style of church architecture. That's where it was originally introduced. Later on, its application was seen in later eras, including in Renaissance structures and churches too. So from the given options, option A and D are the relevant correct options, where use of pendentive was seen to support the dome structure. So that's question number 54. Moving on to the next one, question number 55. PTFE, polytetrafluoroethylene, PTFE, coated fiberglass has been used as a roofing membrane in Dash. So some stadiums, cricket stadiums particularly, have been given. Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in New Delhi, Eden Garden at Kolkata, Melbourne Cricket Stadium in Melbourne, and Beijing National Stadium, Beijing. These are the options given. Now this question was given as a marks to all question in the preliminary answer key itself. So anyone who has attempted the architecture part will be given marks for this particular question. The main reason is fiberglass is something which does not come under membrane, roofing membranes. So tensile structures are generally referred to as roofing membrane structures. Now fiberglass in itself probably would not be categorized under that particular say part. However, PTFE coated fiberglass is something which has been used in Eden Garden Stadium at Kolkata, also Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. But then there's no point in discussing it further because it's a question of marks to all. So it was expected, so it is something where important buildings and the prominent construction material was asked, but then it's a marks to all question. That's question number 55. So let me skip through that. That's a 1 mark question, however. So anyone who has attempted the architecture part will right away get 1 mark, even though if you have attempted this question or not. That's a marks to all question. Next one, question number 56, the last 1 mark question before we move on to the 2 marks questions. So this question is based on elevator and the calculation of say time probably. Let us go through this question. Let us first understand the given information and then we'll try to solve it. So starting with the given information first. A non-stop express elevator directly connects the observatory level at 80th floor of a tower with the podium at second floor level. So the first point given over here, there is a observatory level at the 80th floor and the podium level where the lift is going to start, that is given as the second floor. And the floor to floor height for every level, so the uniform floor to floor height is given as 4 meter. So what will be the total height over here? The total height is going to be 78 into 4 because there will be 78 intermediate levels between the second and the 80th floor. So the total height 78 into 4, that will come out to be 312. 312 meter is the total height which the elevator has to move. That's the first two. Those are the first 2 points given. Moving on to the next point. The tower has a the elevator attains a maximum speed of 8 meter per second. So the maximum speed that's given as 8 meter per second which it can attain, assuming 2 meter per second square as the net vertical acceleration and net deceleration incorporating gravity. So whenever the lift is accelerating or whenever the elevator or the lift is decelerating, the acceleration, rate of acceleration or deceleration, both net acceleration, let me acceleration, the net acceleration or the net deceleration also, because before stopping the lift has to decelerate as well. So acceleration or deceleration, both in both the cases, so that value is given to be 2 meter per second square in case of deceleration, including gravity's effect. In both the cases actually, including the effect of gravity, the net effect is given as 2 meter per second square. If the elevator starts from state of rest, so the initial velocity it is starting from rest over here, and finally also it is coming to rest over here. The time taken for the lift to reach the observatory, so basically the way the lift is moving is, it is starting from rest, it is accelerating at 2 meter per second square, reaching the maximum, it is not accelerating indefinitely, it is accelerating till it reaches a maximum velocity of 8 meter per second, and it is constantly moving at that 8 meter per second of speed, and then it starts to decelerate so that it has to come to rest at the 80th floor, and that rate of deceleration also is given. So basically the movement of the lift is in this way: the velocity starts from 0, it is slowly increasing and reaching till 8, it is constantly moving at a speed of 8 for some distance, and then it is decelerating and reaching back to a velocity of 0 finally. That's the given movement. Now what is the total time taken for this lift? That's what they're asking. You can use simple equations of motion like which you have probably studied in your school days in your physics. Let us try to apply that. First we will look into the time taken for the accelerating part, the time taken for the steady state or the steady flow part. So you'll need to divide this movement into 3 parts. So initially there is a portion where the lift is going to accelerate, there is a portion where the elevator is having a constant speed, and finally there is a portion where the lift is going to decelerate as well. So there is an acceleration part, steady state, steady flow part of 8 meter per second velocity, then deceleration part. So first let us start with the acceleration part. Let me try to solve it over here. So acceleration part, if you see starting so if you apply the equations of motion, let me write first part, the accelerating portion, the part where the lift is going to accelerate. The initial velocity u is 0 meter per second. The final velocity it is reaching the maximum velocity, that is 8 meter per second. Acceleration rate, the net acceleration rate, that's given as 2 meter per second square. So you can apply the equations of motion. What do you need to know? You need to know how much distance did it cover from this point to this point in this process of reaching from 0 to 8 meter per second. How much distance has the lift moved, and how much time it has taken. So firstly, let me apply this equation: v square minus u square is equal to 2as. That's an equation of motion which you have. The final velocity v square minus u square is equal to 2 into a into s, where s is the distance traveled. So if I apply that equation, v here is 8 minus u square, v square minus u square, original velocity, initial velocity is 0. 8 square minus 0 square is equal to 2 into the rate of acceleration also is 2 into s. So what is the distance it has covered in the process of acceleration? It is 8 square, that is 64 upon 4, which will come out to be 16 meter. So let me write it over here in the first part, that is the accelerating part. We have solved for the accelerating part and we have observed that the distance traveled, let me mark it as S1, that is 16 meters. And what is the time it has taken in this particular part? For that you will need to apply a second equation of motion. Say probably v is equal to u plus at, final velocity is equal to u plus acceleration into time taken, v is equal to u plus at. If I apply this, you can also apply the third equation of motion. Either way you will get the same answer. So v is final velocity is 8 is equal to u is 0 plus the rate of acceleration is 2, and the time taken you need to find out that. So the time taken is going to be 8 upon 2, that is 4 seconds. So how much is the time? The distance covered in the accelerating part is 16 meters. The time taken is 4 seconds. So the time, let me write the time taken T1 as 4 seconds. That's about the accelerating part. If you look into the second portion, there is a constant speed part. So for that constant speed part, you will be able to know how much is that constant speed distance. That you will come to know once you solve the decelerating part only. So let us do the same calculation what we have done over here, just like for acceleration. Let us try to do the deceleration part. Let us try to solve and get the values of both the distance and also the time. So I'm not erasing the equations because we'll be using the same equations over here again. Okay, so if I so for the decelerating part, let me mark it as 3. That is the deceleration part of the movement of the lift. The deceleration part of the lift, initial velocity it will be 8. Now these values also will be changing. The initial velocity over here, that will be 8 meter per second. Before decelerating, it will be at its peak velocity, and it will decelerate and reach a final velocity of 0 meter per second, and the rate of deceleration is given as 2 meter per second square. So if I'm writing a, because it's a decelerating speed, I'll write it as minus 2. So the acceleration rate over here will be minus 2 meter per second because it's a decelerating rate. So let us apply the same equilibrium equations. Let us apply the same motion equations of motion again. V square minus u square is equal to 2 into a into s. V square is 0 square minus u square is 8 square is equal to 2 into a is minus 2 into s. So if you simplify this minus and minus gets cancelled on both the sides. You will get s is equal to, again the same thing, 8 square divide by 4. So that will also come out to be 16 meters. So let me write over here the third point. Second part we will solve it. So the decelerating part of the movement of the lift, if you see the distance covered, I'll write it as S3. That distance also is coming out to be 16 meters. What is the time taken? Let us see. The final velocity is 0, initial velocity is 8, plus the acceleration rate is minus 2 into time taken is t. So if you simplify this implies the time taken t is equal to minus 8 divided by minus 2, which will again come out to be 4 seconds itself. So it is the time of the third part of the third leg of the deceleration part of the third leg of the movement. that also is 4 seconds. The initial time is 4 seconds. Final accelerating, the process of accelerating from 0 to 8, it is taking 4 seconds. In the process of decelerating from 8 to 0 again back to 0 at the point of rest, that is also taking 4 seconds. Now what is the constant speed part? For that you will need to see what is the distance of the constant speed. We already saw what is the total distance. We just saw the total distance that the elevator has to move, that is 312 meters from the second to the 8th floor. So what will be the constant speed part? That second leg of the distance, the total distance is 312, of which 16 meter is the accelerating part and 16 meter is the decelerating part. 16 and 16 is 32. If you subtract 32 from 312, you should be getting 280 meters. 280 meter is the distance of the constant speed part. Now how much time will it take to cover 280 meters at a constant speed? What is that constant speed? The maximum speed, the constant speed velocity over here, that is 8 meter per second. At a speed of 8 meters per second, how much time will it take to cover 280 meters? So simple formula, the time taken will be distance divided by the speed, because speed is nothing, velocity, speed is equal to distance traveled per unit time. So what will be the time taken? It will be distance upon speed. So distance, the time taken for the second leg of the movement, T2, let me write, that will be the distance traveled 280 divided by the speed of it, that is 8. So if you simplify this, 280 upon 8, how much are you getting that as? 35 it is, right? So this is taking us 35 seconds. So we have solved all the 3 legs of the movement of the elevator. Initially it is accelerating for 4 seconds, moving at a constant speed for 35 seconds, and is decelerating again for 4 seconds. What is the total time for the lift's movement? It is 4 plus 35 plus 4. That will come out to be 8 plus 35, that is 43 seconds. So the total time taken, so the answer for this question, what is the total time taken, that they're not asking us what is the part of each of the movement, they're just asking us the total. So it is 4 plus 35 plus 4, that's the final answer, which will be 43 seconds. They're asking us the answer in integer, rounded off to one decimal place. It is coming out to be 43. The official answer keys range, I think, also is similar. It is given as 42 to 44, which is exactly in the center of the range. So it is perfect, correct to solve it this way. So 43 would be the answer for this question. So you just need to, it's not difficult, it's based on your +1 +2 level of probably physics which you have studied in your school days, but then you'll need to understand which aspect or which part to apply, and more importantly understanding the nature of movement. That is very important. Ability to understand that the movement is having an accelerating part, a constant speed part and a decelerating part, that's the key in solving this question. However, it is a bit lengthy, but then it was asked just for 1 mark. A small question, so it was not something difficult, but again it is a bit lengthy, you can say. 43 is the correct answer for this question. Let us now move on to the 2 marks. That's about the 1 mark part. Let us now move on to the 2 mark questions, starting with the new theoretical questions first again. Match the elements in group 1 with the corresponding religious buildings in group 2. So which of these buildings have bell capital, which of it has mihrab? Mihrab, I'm sure you all know, it is seen in mosque. Gopuram, I'm 100% sure that you know that it is a part of Hindu temple. Pediment is a part of Greek temples. What is pediment in Greek temple architecture? So in a typical Greek temple, also in Roman temple, in the classical architecture, you have temple facade where you have columns, the classical order columns of Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, Tuscan or composite order based on which style it is, Greek and Roman both. It has in Greek temples, typically you have a plinth which is called as crepidoma, which includes stylobate and stereobate. Then you have entablature on top of the columns, which includes the frieze, the cornice, and also say the architrave. All these together is called as entablature. Then you have a triangular part on top of it. That triangular part of a Greek temple is called as the pediment. So that's what pediment in history of architecture is. So pediment is a part of the Greek temple, so it will be 3 for this. Bell capital from the given options. Bell capital is something which you see in Egyptian temples, Egyptian temple column capitals. There are various designs to it, including lotus flower capital, lotus bud capital. You also have papyrus capital. Similarly, you also have bell capital as well in Egyptian temple. So 5, 1, 2, 3 would be the appropriate answer over here. Option A would be the correct answer for this question. That's question number 57, which was asked for 2 marks in the GATE examination. Moving on to the next one, 58 question. This again is on architects and their works, probably. Match the museums with their architects direct. So even in the good thing of multiple the matching questions, even if you don't know all the answers, you can try to answer it by from the part which you know probably. I'm sure Gandhi Memorial Museum is something which is very popular and everyone knows that it is an example of the works of Charles Correa. So you can try to see which option is having R1. Okay, that there are 3 options, then you need to look into the other questions as well, other part as well, because for R1 you have 3 options over there. Bihar Museum at Patna, if you are aware, it was designed by Fumihiko Maki, Japanese architect. Bihar Museum at Patna. So for Q it is 5. So 5 and 1 probably you have it only in one option. That will be the correct answer, option D. You can also, if you know other options, you can also answer from it. Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya at Bhopal, it was designed by Ram Sharma. And Museum of Art and Photography at Bengaluru was designed by Soumitra Ghosh and Nisha Matthew. So option 4 for it. 2514 is the correct answer. Option D, as I told you, would be the appropriate answer for this question number 58, which is based on architects and their works. Particularly, Indian museums have been asked in this question. Moving on. This is a question from building materials where they have given pictures. There are some special, these are not brick cuts, but these are brick shapes, specially shaped bricks and the corresponding nomenclature they are asking. Let us try to answer the question from what you know probably. So the first one, that's a brick where 2 of its corners are chamfered off. That is referred to as a double cant brick. So it is 4 over here. Q, that's referred that a brick which has an angular tip on one side, that's referred to as a squint brick. If you know from building construction, there are squint joints and squint junctions as well. So what are squint corners of a room? If you're having a room which is having acute or obtuse angles, those are referred to as squint junctions, right? So squint brick is something which has a tip which is forming an angle on one side. So R and S over here, these are bricks which are generally used at the plinth level, generally in buildings. If I say at the plinth level of the building, these bricks are used which are chamfered, or you have this tip which is inclined. Such bricks are used at the plinth level. So these are plinth header and plinth stretcher. You can clearly see which is header and which is stretcher. This is plinth stretcher because the stretcher part of it has been splayed off. So this is plinth stretcher, so it will be 5. This is plinth header because the header part has been smoothened away or has been incline cut. You see it on the header part, so it will be plinth header. So 4, 3, it is generally used. Why is it called as plinth header and plinth stretcher? Like I told you, it is generally used at the plinth level of the building to create a angular base or a finish. Again, there are other applications. It is also used at sill level sometimes to give that weathered surface at the sill level of a window as well. So 4, 3, 5, 1 would be the correct answer. Option A is the given correct option for this question. 4, 3, 5, 1. So that's again a straightforward question of identifying the diagrams of building materials, that is brick. 59th question it was. Now moving to the multiple select questions. The multiple choice question of the 2 marks part is done. Let us now move on to the multiple select questions over here. So starting with the first one, so question number 60 it is, which of the following statements are correct? Some measurement units from lighting point of view probably are given, lighting and sound both, and energy performance. Let us see. The first one, unit of light power density is watt per square meter. Second option, unit for light power density is candela per square meter, CD per meter square. So what is light power density? Light power density is a metric which is used for energy efficiency of lighting fixtures in space. So if I'm having lighting fixtures in a room, to understand if they're energy efficient or not, to understand the level of scope I have for improvement of the energy efficiency of lighting fixtures. We measure light power density, which is nothing but the total power of all the lighting fixtures, which is measured in watts, upon the floor area which it is illuminating. So light power density is measured in watt per square meter. Option A will be a correct answer, and right away, because option A is correct, B you can eliminate it directly, B will be incorrect. The next one, unit of sound power is watts. Obviously sound power is measured in watts, so you know sound power, or you can, if you know sound power level SWL, that is measured in decibels. In measuring sound power level, we use sound power, and sound power is measured in watts. Sound power level is measured in decibels. The formula for sound power level is 10 log W upon W reference. 10 log power of the source divided by the reference power, which is taken generally as 10 to the power minus 12 watt per square meter. So sound power is measured in watts. That's a correct statement. Sound intensity is measured in watt per square meter, but sound power is measured as power per unit. Sound power is measured in watts. Intensity is power per unit area, that's measured in watt per square meter. The next point, last point, energy performance index. Energy performance index is an important metric in the energy conservation building code for the assessing the energy efficiency of building systems. So energy performance index is calculated as the total units of power consumption per unit area annually, yearly energy consumption per unit area. So if I have a building, throughout the year, how many units of electricity is it consuming, expressed as a measure of unit built up area for 1 square meter area, including the lighting fixtures, the cooling load and everything together. That's called as energy performance index. It is measured in units per square meter per year. Unit of electricity consumption is kilowatt hours. So D also is a correct option. So the correct answer options over here are A, C and D. That was a 2 marks multiple select question from the question number 60 from the GATE 2024 question paper. The next question, the next one, again it is a multiple select question, which is question number 61. Let us try to answer this one. Which of the following statements are correct? Again it is based on so if you look into the options, it is various terms used in the context of vernacular architecture. That's the area of this question. The first option, Kathkuni construction comprises of layers of stone and timber. Kathkuni is a type of vernacular construction used typically in the Himachal Pradesh region in the northern part of India, where stone and timber based construction are used. So that is correct. So it is a construction technique where stone masonry is integrated along with timber based members. It is something which is popular in Himachal Pradesh. So Kathkuni is the correct answer. It comprises of layers of stone and timber integrated together. Next one, Naluketu houses have a courtyard. Absolutely a correct statement. Naluketu is a type of architecture you see typically in Kerala. It's referred to as so Nalu in Kerala in the language over there. That is 4. So Naluketu is a type of layout in Kerala, traditional architecture of Kerala, where you have 4 halls with a central courtyard connecting them. It is generally used for larger families with 4 halls connected with a central courtyard. So Naluketu houses have a courtyard, which is an important unifying feature in that architecture. So that's correct. Ikra is a 2-storied house with stone masonry and a flat roof. Ikra is a type of vernacular architecture which is predominantly seen in the Sikkim region of India, where bamboo based construction is used, and typically sloping roofs are seen, and Ikra houses are generally single-storied houses. They are proven to be very much efficient in the earthquake resistance construction of that particular region. So 2-storied houses with flat roof is not correct. It is a single-storied house with an inclined or pitched roof. So that's an incorrect statement. The last statement, Bunga has a circular plan. Bunga is a type of construction vernacular architecture seen in the Kutch region of Gujarat, where you have thatch-based roof, mud walls of circular shape. The circular shape is mainly a climate responsive feature which has been efficient in blocking the winds, the storm, the winds, say sandy winds of that particular region, and also it is known for its earthquake resistant features. So A, B and D are the correct answers or correct options in this question. That is question number 61. Moving on to the next question, number 62. Now moving on to the numerical part, the last four questions are all 2 marks numerical questions. Let us try to solve them one by one. The first question, this is based on structures. So there was a structures based question in the common part as well, as you know. This is also a structures based question which is asked in the architecture part again. So let us try to solve this. A 5-meter long aluminum tie rod of cross section. So the length is given as 5 meter. The cross-sectional dimensions are given as 0.2 meter by 0.04 meter. Is subjected to a tensile force by its self weight. So what is the self weight it is given? The self weight is given to be 21.2 kg per meter. So the intensity of the weight is given, basically per unit length, what is the weight of it? 21.2 kg per meter, that's the weight of it. Considering an acceleration due to gravity of 10 meter per second square. So from acceleration due to gravity and weight, you can find out the force in the member. What is force in the member? Force is nothing but the mass multiplied by the acceleration due to gravity. That will give you the kg force of it. So you'll need to, again, but this is per unit length for 5 meters. So what will be the force over here? 21.2 kg is per meter. So multiply it with 5 because the total length is 5 meter. The total force will be 21.2 into 5 into acceleration due to gravity, that is 10. So if you multiply this, you will get your answer in kg meter per second square. So this will be in kg meter per second square, because this meter and this meter gets cancelled when you multiply it with 5. Kg meter per second square is nothing but Newton. So the measurement unit, SI unit for measurement of force, that is Newton, that will be 21.2 into 5 into 10. That's the force in the member. So that we have calculated from the second statement. Moving further, if the tensile Young's modulus of aluminum is 70,000 megapascals. So the Young's modulus of elasticity, let me write it as E, that is given to be 70,000 megapascal. Megapascal is nothing but Newton per mm square. So let me write it as 70,000 Newton per mm square. That's the modulus of Young's modulus of elasticity. The maximum tensile strain in the rod is dash into 10 to the power of minus 6. So what is Young's modulus of elasticity? Stress upon strain. So stress upon strain is given to be 70,000 megapascals or Newton per mm square. They are asking us the strain value. So strain is equal to the stress value divided by 70,000. You just need to take care that the measurement unit is in Newton per mm square. So what is stress now? Stress divided by 70,000. What is stress? Force per unit area is called as stress. So force we have already calculated, 21.2 into 5 into 10 divided by the area. But area you will need to take it in millimeters because we want it in mm square. So if I write this, the cross-sectional dimensions into millimeter, this will come out to be 200 millimeter by 40 millimeter. Into 1000 if I do, I'll get 40, 200 into 40 as the cross-sectional dimensions. So stress is nothing but force per unit area. So the strain value finally will be force, that is 21.2 into 5 into 10, that is force per unit area. The area is 200 into 40 and there is already a value of 70,000 in the denominator. So it will be unitless. Strain is a unitless quantity. You just need to take care that the numerator and denominator are in same units of megapascal, are in same units of Newton per mm square. That I have ensured. So you can simplify this and you will get your answer. You can use your calculators for that purpose. So let us say 21.2 into 5 into 10 divided by 200 into 40 into 70,000. So that's coming out to be 1.8928 or 1. Let me round off to 2 decimal places. They want us to round off to 2 decimal places. I'll round off to 2 decimal places. I'm getting it as 1.89 into 10 to the power of minus 6. That's the value of the strain I'm getting. So in the given, they're asking us the answer dash into 10 power minus 6. 10 power minus 6 is already mentioned. So the answer from this part will be 1.89 only. So the answer for this question number 62, you can check the official answer key for the range which they have given, but I'm sure it will be within the range of the official answer key. So the answer which I'm getting for this question, it is 1.89. 1.89 into 10 to the power minus 6. So that should be in the range of the answer key. You can check the official answer key's range for the acceptable range as per the question paper. That's question number 62. Based on stress, strain, and the Hooke's law, basically, stress is proportional to strain, and a definition of Young's modulus of elasticity. That's based on that concept. The next question, question number 63, again a 2 marks question from estimation part. Estimation actually, as per the official syllabus, it is part of the common part, but question has been asked in the architecture. As you know, the boundaries are not very rigid in the examination. Let us try to solve this question. The following figure shows the excavation plan of two-room structure where the trench has a uniform width of 1.1 meter. If the cumulative centerline length of the trench is 41.1 meter and the required depth of the concrete to be poured is 0.3 meter, the volume of concrete in foundation in cubic meter will be. So they are asking us the volume of the concrete in the foundation. The depth is 0.3, centerline length is directly given, width of the excavation is given. You can apply, so how do you find out the volume of the trench? The area of the footprint of the trench divided by the depth, multiplied by the depth of it. Depth is 0.3. So to find out this overall area of the shaded portion, you need to find the area of the excavation footprint. So in centerline method, if you just have a single, say, a brick wall or a excavation trench with a single room, it will be direct and straightforward. You can just take the total length of the center line, multiply it with the width of it. That's the direct straightforward method. So length of the center line multiplied by the uniform width, that will give you the area of this footprint. But when you're having intersections, there will be some deductions which you'll need to do. So if you look into this given diagram clearly, if you are able to divide it into two parts, let us say I will divide it into two rooms or two parts. This part of the shaded portion, so this part, you can directly use centerline method and find out this overall area. But when you are applying the centerline method for this remaining portion, you should not take out this part of the centerline, this portion. You will have to deduct this part, otherwise that portion will be counted twice. I'm sure you are able to understand. So this portion has to be eliminated in the center line for the calculation of the footprint area for this remaining part. So what is the deduction for this? Whenever you're having intersections, remember, you will need to deduct half of the width of the wall or half of the width of the footprint at every intersection. That has to be deducted. So this part and this part. So what will be the effective length of the center line for our calculation in this question? So the effective center line for excavation for the calculation part, that will be the total length of the center line, which is given as 41.1 probably. Excuse me. 41.1 minus deduction. The deduction part, I told you, it is half of the center line, half of the thickness over here, half of the thickness over here. Two times you'll need to deduct. So total you will need to deduct 1.1. Half of 1.1 once, half of 1.1 again. So you need to deduct 1.1 together. That will give you 40 meters of center line length for the overall excavation. What will be the area? The area will be 40 multiplied by 1.1, the length of the effective length of the center line multiplied by the uniform thickness. So if you don't deduct this 1.1, the overlapping part, that will be counted twice. The shaded part which I have shaded over here, that will be counted twice. That you should ensure that it is not counted twice. So 40 into 1.1, that will be the area. What will be the volume of concrete in the foundation? The area, that is 40 into 1.1 multiplied by the depth of it, that is 0.3. You can use your calculators to simplify it further. The answer should come out to be 40 into 1.1 into 0.3, which is coming out to be 13.2. So that exact value 13.2 without any range, I think, because they are asking us to round off to two decimal places. It is rounded off to one decimal place itself. The answer is 13.20. So 13.2 will be given the marks for this particular question. 13.2 is the answer for this question. So make sure whenever you're having intersections, whenever you're having interior walls, you should ensure that you are properly deducting the overlapping area. Otherwise, you will make a mistake over there. That's question number 63. Moving on to the next question. This is based on acoustics. Let us look into this question number 64. The decay of sound in an enclosed lecture hall of volume of 3500 cubic meter. Volume is given as 3500 cubic meter. Is shown in the figure below. The decay of the sound level is given in this diagram. The sound source is switched off at point P. So original level, if you look into this question, what is the original sound level when the sound source is working? It is 110 decibels. Once it is switched off, it is decaying along this path. Using the reverberation time obtained from the figure, so RT60 obtained from the figure, calculate using this. They're asking us what is the sound absorption. So RT, the reverberation time, they're asking us to take from the diagram. What is the definition of reverberation time RT60? Reverberation time is defined as, RT60 is defined as the time taken for a sound to decay by 60 decibel from its original level after the source has been stopped. After the source has stopped, it should fall. How much time is it taking for it to fall by 60 decibel? So if the original level is 110, if it is falling by 60 decibel, where will it reach? 60 decibel, if it is falling, it will reach to 50 decibels. So what is the time for 50 decibel? The time for the point where they are switching it off, that is 0.4. The time for it at the point of say 50 decibel after decaying by 60 decibel, that is 1.6. So the reverberation time is this particular time gap. The reverberation time is 1.6 minus 0.4. 0.4 is where they are switching off the source. 1.6 is the time at which it is reaching to 50 decibel, that is after falling by 60 decibel. That's the definition of RT60 or reverberation time using Seben's equation. That will be 1.2 seconds. If I apply the Seben's equation now, RT60 is given by 0.16 into volume upon total sound absorption. So what is the total sound absorption? 0.16 into volume is given as 3500. Divide A goes to the other side, you'll get RT60 over here. Divide by RT60, that is 1.2. You can simplify this and you should get your answer. You can use your calculators to do this calculation part. So it is 0.16 into 3500, that's 560. Divide by 1.2, 466.67 is the answer. The answer is 466.67 meter square Sabin, or simply Sabin is the measurement unit for sound absorption. The answer is 466.67. They want us to round off to the closest integer in Sabins. The answer will be 467. If I round off to the closest integer, 467 is the answer. To be specific, it is 466.67. That's this question number 64. That brings us to the last question for this session, which is based on the energy consumption, I think. Let us look into this question. A 2-ton refrigerator, a ton of refrigeration, TR is ton of refrigeration. A 2 TR window air conditioner of energy efficiency ratio is given as 3.1. The cooling load is given as 2 ton of refrigeration. It is catering to the room of a volume of 40 cubic meter. Volume of the room is given as 40 cubic meter. The air conditioner is operational for 600 hours. The time of operation is given as 600 hours. During summer on cooling mode, the compressor is also operational for the complete duration. The compressor is working continuously, they are saying without break, which is a hypothetical situation. Generally air conditioners, they work in cycles. The compressor works in cycles. Whenever the compressor is working, that's when the electricity is consumed. But they are asking us to assume for all the 600 hours compressor is also working. The total energy consumption of the air conditioner during the above mentioned period in kilowatt hour is dash. They're asking us what is the total units of electricity consumption. How do you measure the power consumption or electricity consumption? So you might have heard what is the unit of electricity. We generally use the term unit for that. Generally we use the term unit. Units of electricity consumption is nothing but kilowatt hour. The power, rated power in kilowatts multiplied by the time. So let us try to solve this question. You need to first convert this ton of refrigeration into watts. How do you convert cooling load of ton of refrigeration into watts? The conversion factor is 1 ton of refrigeration is taken to be approximately 3.5 kilowatts. approximately. To be specific, I think it is 3.516 or 3.517, probably something like 3.5168 or something like that. So approximate, to be exact, the value is 3.51, probably 6 after that, or you can say 3.5 kilowatts approximately. That's the conversion which you have to remember, which I'm sure all those who have studied HVAC or air conditioning systems, you know that the conversion for 1 ton of refrigeration is 3.5 kilowatts or 3500 watts approximately, or it is that the exact value is 3.5168 in watts, or sorry, in kilowatts, right? This is in kilowatts. So what will be the cooling load? It will be 3.5 into 2 in kilowatts, that will be 7 kilowatts. Approximately 7 kilowatts, to be specific it will be 7.2 or something. So you can always remember the approximate value 3.5. That's what generally in a lot of past gate questions too, multiple times whenever question has been asked on ton of refrigeration of cooling load of air conditioner, they have given this conversion factor. So here the only aspect is they have not given that conversion factor, and you have to remember it. 1 ton of refrigeration is 3.5 kilowatts. So the cooling load is coming out to be 7 kilowatts. Now if the cooling load is 7 kilowatts, what is the power consumption? That you will know from energy efficiency ratio. What is energy efficiency ratio? Energy efficiency ratio is defined as the ratio between the cooling load, it is cooling load in watts, divided the actual definition of energy efficiency ratio, it is cooling load in BTU per hour, British thermal units per hour, upon power consumption in watts. However, in India we use a watt upon watt ratio for energy efficiency ratio, or for Indian seasonal energy efficiency ratio we use that watt upon watt. So cooling load in watts divided by power consumption in watts, watts or kilowatts or whatever it is. So this implies the power consumption is coming out to be cooling load, that is 7 kilowatts, divided by the energy efficiency ratio, that is 3.1. Basically power consumption goes to the other side, EER, energy efficiency ratio, comes to the denominator. So 7 upon 3.1, what is the power consumption in kilowatts coming out to be? It is coming out to be 2.258. 2.258 in kilowatts. That's the power consumption. What is the total power consumed in, or energy consumed in kilowatt hours? Electricity consumed, electricity consumption will be the power, the rated power of the appliance in watts, that is basically power multiplied by the time of usage, kilowatt into hour. The power has to be taken in kilowatts, that is 2.258, multiplied by the time is taken in hours, that will be 600. So the answer in kilowatt hours will come out to be 2.258 multiplied by 600, which is coming out to be 1354.8. They're asking us to round off to the closest integer, so I can round it off to 1355. So 1354.8, if I round off to the closest integer, the answer will be 1355 kilowatt hour. That's the answer. So you should be aware of what is the definition of energy efficiency ratio, what is the conversion for ton of refrigeration to kilowatts, and how do you calculate the electricity consumption. It is the power multiplied by the time. For that power we calculate it from the energy efficiency ratio. So that's a question excuse me, on the air conditioning systems again. That's the last question for this particular session. So we will have another session for the general aptitude, and we'll have a separate session for the planning part as well. Keep following our YouTube channel. You can subscribe to this YouTube channel, share this with all your friends, whoever has attempted GATE 2024 or is planning to prepare for GATE 2025. I hope this was helpful and useful for you. Stay connected with KP GATE classes on all the social media handles to be updated in your GATE preparation and other government job preparation in the field of architecture and planning.
Hello everyone, good morning. This is Drishti Batra from KP classes, and this is in the series of solving GATE PYQs. This is 2024 GATE architecture and planning paper, and focusing on B2 part of it. Now if you have not already watched our other PYQ videos, The playlist link has been given in the caption. Go through all the PYQs, not only of GATE examination but of various other examinations also, for example UPSC, HPSC. If you are preparing for any of the competitive exams related to architecture and planning, solving all these PYQs are going to help you a lot, is going to be very beneficial for you. Now, if you want to join us KP classes for your exam preparation, the number has been given in the description. Our counselors will guide you. If you have any query, you can also post your query in the comment section and we will guide you with respect to that. Now, if let's say you want to have everything, you want to have all the documents, all the study material in one place, how can we help you with respect to that? You can download our KP classes app. There is a free content only of ₹1, so as equal as free content. You can download all the required documents. So for example, URDPFI, NBC, IS codes, everything and so on, many more. So you can download all these documents from our app. Now, without any further delay, moving on to our B2 part of 2024. Now, if you already haven't watched any other video, let me just give you a brief about what kind of questions are asked and how the marking scheme is. So, you have 3 sections of the subject material. So, there are 10 questions amounting to 15 marks of general aptitude, that is compulsory for all the GATE aspirants. Apart from that, if we specifically talk about our subject architecture and planning, that has been divided into 3, A, B1 and B2. B2 has all the planning questions only and you can choose between B1 and B2. Solving A is compulsory, okay. Then you have MCQ kind of questions, MSQ type of questions and NAT type of questions. In MCQ type of questions, 4 options will be given to you, only 1 is going to be correct. In MSQ type of questions, 4 options are given to you and 1 or more than 1 can be correct, but it has been seen so far that mostly 2 or 3 correct answers is given by GATE. Then NAT type of question may you do not get any options, okay. You will have to type the numerical value. So it could be integer, it could be a number with 1, 2 or 3 decimal points as has been given in the question, okay. Now these type of questions can be either of 1 mark or 2 mark. Only MCQ type of questions have negative marking, okay. And let's say there are 3 correct answers in MSQ and you mark only 2. Okay, you will get 0. There is no partial marking, no negative marking, no partial marking. Okay, chalo, moving on to the questions. First of all, questions 66 to 72 carry 1 mark each. After that, we'll jump to 2 marks questions. First, which of the following aims is set under Swamitva? SVAMITVA, Swamvita scheme of the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India. So, very direct question. Swamvita scheme was announced by Government of India on 24th of April 2021. All it is asking is, what does the scheme talk about? Very simple, okay. So, option number 1, provide tap water connection to all households in rural areas. This is not the correct option. Provide right to work to the rural people falling below BPL, not the correct option. C is correct, okay. Establish clear ownership of property in rural, inhabited or abadi areas by mapping of parcels using improvised technology. So what is happening is, Swamvita scheme mein, first of all, we are talking about only rural areas. Now with respect to rural areas, what issue are we trying to solve? Land ownership issue, that's it, okay. So we are trying to, you can say, legalize it, and through this improvised technology, which is essentially a drone technology. Through this, we are trying to set proper boundaries. So what the Government of India will be giving is record of rights to the villagers, to the owners of land parcels, okay. That is one thing that you should note. Another thing is, they will be giving property cards or they will be giving title deeds under this Swamvita scheme, okay. Why is this being done? So that the discrepancies of land ownership is reduced. Another thing, in you can say the rural areas, a lot of people face difficulty in getting loans, okay. That will also be resolved if this Swamvita scheme is giving you the right of records, okay. Next, Mass rapid transit system is fixed route, fixed schedule service, fixed route, flexible schedule, fixed route, fixed schedule, or flexible route, flexible schedule. First of all, what is mass rapid transit system? Also called as MRTS. Mass means we are talking about high capacity, okay, more people are being transported through this system. Rapid, we are talking about speed. So mass rapid transit system could be something like your metro, something like your bus, BRTS. So under MRTS you can have metro lines, you can have BRTS, you can have LRTS, which is light rail transit system, and so on. Okay, now imagine metro in your city or any metro that you might have traveled in. Now there is a fixed route, okay, there is no last mile connectivity. If you are wanting ki the metro will drop you right in front of your house, that may not be the scenario. They have a fixed route, this stop to this stop, this metro stop to this metro stop only, okay, and the schedule is also fixed. It could be after every 5 minutes, after every 10 minutes, whatever, the schedule is also fixed. So the correct answer for us is fixed route as well as fixed schedule, option number A. Okay, moving on to the next one, question number 68. Which of the following initiatives of the Government of India is also known as the National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity? First of all, let's try to understand what the meaning of multimodal is. Multi is a short form of multiple, correct? Modal means mode of transportation over here, mode of transportation. So all the modes of transportation that you can think of, maybe road transportation, in that you can have rail, you can have road transportation, maybe you can have bus, or you can have IPDs, okay, you can have paratransits, okay, then you can have metro, you can have sea also, sea routes also, sea transportation also. So combining all of these multiple mode of transportation into one hub, into one transit hub, okay, this comes under, or this is also called as Pradhan Mantri PM Gati Shakti, okay. So option number A is correct. Let's look into the other options also. Bharatmala, Parvatmala, Sagarmala, okay. Bharatmala is increasing efficiency of the national corridors. What are these national corridors? You have your golden quadrilateral, you have the east-west corridor, the north-south corridor, east-west corridor, the north-south corridor, okay. So increasing the efficiency of this means understanding the choke points, understanding the bottlenecks, where the problem is getting caused. So maybe giving solutions like flyovers, bypass, ring roads, all these things come under your Bharatmala. Parvatmala, Parvat means mountain, okay. So usually means of transportation are restricted in Parvat areas or in hilly areas of India. Why? Because of the contours, because of the undulations, you can say, okay, undulations in the terrain. Now one thing that you must have observed is the red car or the ropeway system, that is very famous in the hilly areas. So increasing the number of that kind of transport system comes under the Parvatmala scheme. Now what will be the advantage of this? First of all, cost efficiency, okay, people will be able to transit from one place to another at less cost. Second, connectivity will increase because of the different undulations, because of the contours. Usually points are not well connected with each other. So with the rope system, many areas will be connected amongst each other, and it will be very good for transportation of goods as well as of people, okay. So that comes under Parvatmala. Then Sagarmala. Sagar is what? Sea. So all your water transportation systems, so not only sea but all your water transportation systems, and strengthening that comes under your Sagarmala, okay. So coming back to question, PM Gati Shakti 60 A option is correct. Now under this, many ministries have come together, they are sharing their data, and they are trying to maximize the efficiency and maximize the speed of getting this multimodal transit hubs made for the cities, okay. Next, with reference to speed density diagram given below. Which of the following statements is R correct? As soon as we see is/R, we know that it is a MSQ type of question. MSQ means more than one answer can be correct. Okay. Now, for the speed density diagram, let us first try to understand this diagram and then we'll come to the options. What is happening here is y-axis there is speed, x-axis there is density. Okay. Now, as the speed decreases, okay, or vice versa, let's try to understand, as the density increases on the road. What is density? Number of vehicles per kilometer. So let's say this is the road section that we are talking about. Let's assume it to be of 1 kilometer. Okay, and we are taking an aerial photography. By the means of aerial photography, we are clicking the image of this particular road, for example. Okay, now we have observed that X vehicles we found on 1 kilometer patch. This is your traffic density, which is given on the x-axis. Now, as the density increases, the number of vehicles per unit length increases. Okay, and assume a bumper to bumper situation where all the vehicles are very close to each other. Okay, it's a jam condition, means the density is maximum, the vehicles or the number of vehicles on the road is also maximum. In this case, imagine what happens to the speed. Okay, the number of vehicles increase on the road, the speed decreases. Of course, you are dependent on the vehicle in front of you to move ahead. Okay, speed gradually decreases. So that inverse proportion is exactly what this graph is showing you. As the density increases, the speed decreases. Okay, so this inverse proportion. Now let us come to the options. Point P represents maximum flow. Now what is flow? Traffic flow is also equal to traffic volume, meaning number of vehicles per hour. In density, we talk about number of vehicles per kilometer. Here we talk about number of vehicles per hour. So maybe at any particular point you are standing over here and you are noting down the number of vehicles that pass this particular point. You are just noting it, okay, like a tally mark. Maybe 5 vehicles move, you mark 5, 6 vehicle move, another tally mark, something like that. Okay? So you are just counting the number of vehicles that are moving through this particular point and you continue calculating it for 1 hour. That will give you the traffic flow or the traffic volume. Okay. Now this option says point P represents maximum flow. Point P represents maximum flow, matlab more number of vehicles should pass this particular point. But in a jam condition, in a bumper to bumper situation, can you imagine the flow being very good on the roads? No. Most of the vehicles are on a stop condition. So option number P cannot be correct. Zero speed is also equal to zero flow, not maximum flow on the road. Okay. Next, point P represents jam density, absolutely correct. Okay, jam density, the maximum density on the road, that is what point P is representing, absolutely correct. Next, point Q represents space mean speed for free flow condition. So there are two terms, one is time mean speed and one is space mean speed. Okay, time mean speed is the direct average of all the vehicles on the road and space mean speed is the harmonic average. Okay, this is one thing that you should know. Now, time mean speed we calculate over a period of time, so probably for 1 hour. Space mean speed is usually taken for a instant time and over a unit length. Okay, so here space mean speed and time mean speed both are given. Let's try to understand what point Q represents. Okay, first of all, as time increases, okay, let's say we are talking about morning 6 o'clock for example, where the number of vehicles on road is less, so the density is less. As time passes from 6 o'clock to 6:15 to 6:30 to 7 and so on, the number of vehicles on the road are also going to increase, correct? And the speed is going to decrease. Initially when there were very less vehicles on the road, you could drive at your own speed, at the maximum possible speed, which is also called as a free flow condition. After which, as the number of vehicles on the road are increasing, your speed decreases. Okay? So yes, Point Q represents space mean speed for free flow condition over here and not time mean speed. Why? Because with time your speed is going to change, your density is going to change. So a particular point is not going to give you that time mean speed on this particular diagram. Okay, so the correct answer is C. Point Q represents space mean speed for a given time, for that particular instant, okay, for free flowing condition. That is correct, and option number D is wrong. So for this question, correct options are B and C. Point P represents jam density and point Q represents space mean speed in free flow condition. Okay, moving on to the next one. Which of the following statements correctly represents? We know that it is another MSQ type of question. The demographic dividend of a country. Okay, so first of all, what is demographic dividend of a country? Let's try to understand. The economic growth potential can result from shifts in population's age structure, mainly when the share of working age population is larger than non-working age population. So imagine children, they are non-working, okay, they do not contribute to the economy of the country. That is one, which is 0 to 14. These children are non-working. After that, let's assume senior citizens, okay, 65 plus. Okay, they are retired, even they do not contribute to the economy of the country. So these are dependent population. Dependent on whom? The working population. Okay, and these are also called as non-working population. This is one category. Your working population category is 15 to 64 as per our URDPFI and Census of India. This is what we've categorized it as. This is working population, this is non-working population. Now demographic dividend will be what? When the economy has growth potential. Why? Because the demography or the working population of a country is more. If the working population of a country is more people are going to work, more economy will be generated. So good growth potential in that particular country is what we can say. That is your demographic dividend. Now coming to the options, share of working age population is larger than dependent population. Working age population is 15 to 64, and here we have 0 to 14 and 65 plus. That is exactly what demographic dividend talks about. So yes, option number A is correct. Share of working age population is lesser than dependent population. No. Now it can be that in some of the countries this is the correct scenario where your working population is less than the dependent population, maybe in a pyramid like this where you have a lot of young population and you have less of working age population. Now in a specific country it can be correct, okay, but when we are talking about demographic dividend of a country, this is not going to be correct. So option number B is wrong. Next, demographic dividend demands more job creation. Is it true? If the population of working age is more, if population of 15 to 64 is more, definitely they are going to demand more job, correct? So this is absolutely correct. Option number C correct. Demographic dividend can never lead to demographic disaster. Now first of all, what is demographic disaster? For example, the working age population is more, but job creation is not at par. So jobs maybe are less. What will happen is there will be more unemployment. Okay, unemployment is going to increase crime. It is going to increase social issues. Okay, this can be called as demographic disaster. Okay, so make a note of a few points of disaster. I have written all of this in the slide for you. You can make a note of it. You can pause the video and make a note of it for your future revisions. Next. Okay, so all the demographic disasters that I was talking about, all that has been mentioned over here. Take a note of it. Okay, as per the URDPFI guidelines 2015, choose the options which indicate the appropriate hierarchy of plans from higher to lower order. So highest plan first and lowest plan towards the end. Let's look at the image or the relationship that is given in URDPFI. First of all comes the perspective plan. Perspective plan is something that we make for a state. Okay, then comes the regional plan. Under state you can have multiple regions, or you can have regions and you can have in a region part of multiple states. Okay, let me give you an example. You have NCR, National Capital Region. This has Delhi in it, this has parts of Haryana in it, this has parts of Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan also in it. It's a region. How can you say that a particular demographic area or a geographic area is a region? There should be some kind of a commonality. The commonality could be environment, so common environment issues. The commonality can be, for example, political unrest, that is common everywhere. It could be administrative commonality. Okay, these kind of commonality should be there, and the region should be geographically together. You cannot say, for example, this is India, you cannot say this and this together becomes a region. No, it should be geographically together, and there should be some kind of a commonality for us to call it a region. And it's actually not us that you can randomly call any area as a region. That is under any act, it is defined properly. Okay, any act will tell you that these are the areas, and this combined we are going to call it as this region. So the name also and the geographical boundary, everything is going to be mentioned in some act. Okay, so that's the regional plan, which comes under perspective plan, which is made for a state. After which you have development plans. These development plans are made for any city. Okay, under this you can have local area plan. Local area plan can be for a ward, a combination of wards, any particular neighborhood. Again, some kind of a commonality should be there. Okay, and after that can be some special purpose plan. That special purpose can be anything. Okay, it can be redevelopment of housing, redevelopment of slums, redevelopment of any riverfront, probably coastal area redevelopment. It could be any project specially for one particular subsection of urban planning. Okay, that also comes under your development plan. And finally, for all these plans you have annual plan. Annual plan is only going to talk about money, about finances, or in urban planning or in URDPFI you will be able to see the term fiscal resources. Okay, so anything to do with finance, anything to do with money, when you are talking on a state level or on a city level or a region level, anything, that will be called as an annual plan. And as the name suggests, annual means it is going to be for 1 year. Okay? Now this is the hierarchy that has been given to you in URDPFI. Let's check the options now. Perspective plan is greater than development plan, correct. Perspective plan is for state, that is higher than a development plan which is made for city, and this is higher than a local plan which is made for a neighborhood. That is absolutely correct. So option number A, right. Then development plan is bigger than special purpose plan, correct. So this is for a city and this is for any subsection, any special subsection, housing, environment, transportation, anything. Okay, so this is also correct, and this is bigger than annual plan. So okay, this is also correct. This is to do with your fiscal resources. Okay, correct. Next, local area plan is greater than development plan. This is absolutely wrong. Your neighborhood plan or part of a city cannot be bigger than a city. So this is absolutely wrong. Next, special purpose plan is greater than perspective plan. Again wrong. Your special purpose, this special purpose is for within the city, and this cannot be bigger than your state plan. Okay, so even option number D is wrong. Option A and B are correct for question number 71. Okay. Moving on to the next one. This is a numerical question. In 2021, a city survey report revealed a sex ratio of 930. Now if we are talking about sex ratio being 930, it automatically means that 930 is to 1000 is what we are looking at, and the ratio is between female population is to male population. This is the direct understanding of the term sex ratio being 930. Okay, next, with an estimated increase of 2.16% over the next 20 years. So you may be aware that for planning we usually estimate what population is going to be there in the next 10 years or 20 years. For example, let's say as a urban planner, today I am supposed to plan transportation, I am supposed to plan roads, or I am supposed to plan a sewage treatment plan or a water treatment plan. So I am supposed to give it some land. अच्छा, अब ये land area is going to be on the basis of the capacity of it. ठीक है, so let's say I am talking about water, कितना water supply करना पड़ेगा. Let's say if today I am planning in the year 2025, I have to at least keep in mind what population is going to be there in the city for 2045 or 55. ठीक है, it cannot be that for that population I am creating or developing certain infrastructure. Let's say the population is 20 lakhs in 2025, so I calculate everything according to that. ठीक है, that can never be the scenario. Why? Because these kind of infrastructure, the planning, the execution takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money, okay, takes a lot of research also, takes a lot of calculation. So you cannot keep repeating this entire process over, you know, a couple of years or so. So you have to keep in mind the next 20 years or the next 30 years at least in your mind. So how to do that? We assume the population to be something in the next 20 years or 30 years. There are many you know, ways of doing it. There are a lot of numerical understandings of it. But yes, that is the meaning of population projection. We try to assume what the population is going to be in the coming years. So here it is assumed, or it has been estimated, that 2.16% increase in the female population is going to be there in the next 20 years. Okay. Now in 2041, the total population of the city is projected to be 15 lakhs. आज में भी XYZ है. I am saying in 2041 it is going to be 15 lakhs. Again based on certain calculations, certain assumptions, certain past trends and all. Okay. Next, the estimated female population in 2041 is what? ठीक है. The ratio of year 21 has been given. The increase percentage has been given, and the total population of 41 has been given. You have to tell the population of female, you know, female in the year 2041. Very simple. Now planning understanding was not much required, except for the fact that it is 930 is to 1000. Okay, not exactly you know, you do not exactly need urban planning understanding for this. It's a very common, it's a very general knowledge that all of us Indians have. Okay, and apart from that, it is just a you can say quant question. Okay, let's try to solve this. First, in the year 2021, 930 is the sex ratio, and this is the understanding that we have for it. Next, in the year 2041, from 930 there is going to be an increase of 2.16%, and it is going to become XYZ value. This XYZ is something that we are supposed to find out. Okay, then another understanding that we have is the total population is going to be 15 lakhs in the year 2041. Okay, now let us try to find out the increase first in the terms of ratio, then we will convert it to absolute numbers. Okay, so the population of female in the year 2041 is going to be what? 930 plus 2.16% of 930, which is what? 930 plus 20.088 approximately. Okay, which brings us to the final ratio, that is 950.088. This is going to be the ratio in the year 2041. Now the number of female population plus male population is going to give us the total population. Okay, So we can say that 950.088x plus 1000x is going to be what? Our total population, which is 15 lakhs, correct? If you solve for this, you get x as, sorry, you get x as 769.19, 769.19. Okay. Now to get the total female population, you have to substitute x in here. So 950.088 multiplied by 769.19. Okay, you solve for this and you get the answer. If you solve for this, you get the numerical value as 730, 798, 730, 798.188. Okay, and if you talk about the official answer key that was provided by GATE was 7,3500 to 731,200. 731,200. So our answer lies very much within the range given by them. Okay? Let's move to the next question now. We move to 2 marks questions. Match the terms in group 1 with their descriptions in group 2. First of all, landfill sites, greenfield development, green belt and brownfield development. Okay? So development on previously developed site, this is your brownfield development, when already there is some kind of a development on the land and you are changing it and redeveloping that particular area. Okay, that is called as brownfield development. Let's say there was no development initially on that particular land, it was vacant, let's say. Okay, in that case it is called as greenfield development. So correct answer would be 3, development on previously undeveloped land. Okay, that is your understanding of brownfield development and greenfield development. Next, landfill site. What is landfill site? So let's say on a particular piece of land, you are dumping all the solid waste. You are dumping all the solid waste. Maybe there are a lot of treatments that you are doing, for example, to prevent the leachate formation or to take care of the leachate, so leachate management. But ultimately you are dumping all the solid waste on a particular parcel of land, that is your landfill site. So land to dispose solid waste. Okay, and then finally green belt is a buffer to control urban development. So green belt can be used in 2 ways. One of them is this. So let's say this is a city that already exists, okay, and you plan for a green belt over here. Now the city will not be able to develop in this direction because of the presence of green belt. It will develop in any other direction, number 1. Number 2, let's say you have to plan for any industrial area. Again, between the city and the industrial area, you would want to give a green belt. Okay, these are the major 2 uses of the green belt. So for us, the correct answer is P2. Okay, so either A or C. Then Q3, okay, R5, okay, and S1. So option number C is correct for us. Okay, next. Match the following illustrations in group 1 with the corresponding concepts in group 2. So here we are talking about figure ground relationship, town planning scheme, transit oriented development and transferable development rights. Let's start with the figure ground relationship. The figure ground relationship or the reverse figure ground relationship simply tells you the relationship between built and unbuilt. Okay, so built would be your structures, your buildings, and unbuilt would be the open areas, the green areas, the roads, etc. Okay, so now in figure ground relationship, you have the buildings marked in black and the open areas marked in white. Okay, these are black and white maps only. And in reverse figure ground, you have the buildings marked in white and the open spaces marked in black. Okay, so this is your understanding of it. Your homework would be who popularized the use of these maps. So for the reverse figure ground and for the figure ground map, you have to find out the names. Okay, now from the images given, it's a map, it's a black and white map, so obviously option number R is correct. Okay, next, town planning scheme. What is this town planning scheme? Let's say there is some old part of the city, or let's say there is some haphazard growth in any part of the city. Now there could be many issues with respect to that. For example, lack of open spaces, narrow roads, you can say lack of proper physical infrastructure, drainage system, sewerage system, water supply system, parking issues, and so on. Okay, and there are high chances that the houses are also in dilapidated condition. Now the government decides that we are going to go ahead with town planning scheme, also called as land pooling, or also called as plot reconstitution. Now, why did I tell you these alternate names? From these names, you will be able to understand what is going on. So, plot pooling or land pooling, matlab we are not acquiring the land. The government is not saying that a particular parcel of land or a particular area is in ruins. Let me acquire that. Let me make it better. Okay, that is not what the government is doing. It is going ahead with land pooling. Matlab the government or the officials are saying, you give me this land for some time. Okay, the ownership will remain with you. You just give me the land for some time, I'll develop it and I'll give it back to you. Okay, so that is one thing. Second, plot reconstitution matlab, let's say they have to take care of open spaces, they have to take care of parking, they have to take care of the road widths. Acha? So in this case, what will happen is the plot sizes are going to change, or the plot constitution is going to change. Okay, so this option S is what is representing TPS. Initially it's very haphazard. Okay, they have properly planned it, reconstituted the plot to make sure that all the infrastructure has been given properly over here. Okay, so that is your TPS. 2 is S, figure ground is R. Okay, next, transit oriented development. Transit matlab any kind of a transportation line. Oriented development matlab the entire development that we are planning for, it's going to be focused around any transportation line. In many of the cases, it's the metro line that we talk about. Okay, so let's say there is a metro line and we want a certain kind of development in around that. Now this certain kind of development could be what? Logically. Okay, we want more and more people to use this transit line, to use this metro. Now let's say a metro station is 2 kilometers away from your house. Okay, there are two options. Either whatever destination you want to go to, let's say your office or any cinema hall or anything else, okay, you directly use your own vehicle and you reach the destination. Okay, this is one option, because who would walk till the metro station. Second, you don't want to walk to the metro station, but let's say you are taking your own vehicle or your cycle, two-wheeler, car, anything to the nearest metro station. From there maybe you are using the metro to go to a certain destination. After that maybe you are taking an auto or any other means to reach your destination. Okay? Now two issues in that. One, the person is directly using their own vehicle to reach the destination, then our purpose of giving this metro line has been defeated. ठीक है, metro line क्यों दिया था? For sustainable development, so that public transportation is strengthened, so that people don't use their own vehicle or less reduce the use of their own vehicle, to take care of the environment also. ठीक है, sustainability, and to make sure that there are less vehicles on the road to take care of the traffic jam situation. ठीक है, now the purpose has been defeated because the metro station is very far away. Second option, when they are taking their own vehicle to the metro station, again you will have to provide a lot of parking, ठीक है, which is doable but very difficult, ठीक है. So now what will happen is the authority would want more and more people to live within the walkable distance of that particular metro station, ठीक है. तो अब let's say this is one metro station, ठीक है, and walkable distance let us take it as 400 meters, ठीक है, for example. तो 400 मीटर में I am drawing a circle and anybody who is within this residing within this area, I am assuming that are going to walk to the metro station, ठीक है. So this is good for me. So what I want to do is increase the population within this red circle. Increasing the population means increasing the built up area. Increasing built up area means increasing the FAR. So ultimately densifying that particular area, ठीक है. Now problem number 2, all the residences I have given around the metro line, but there are no offices, there are no public areas, there are no malls, restaurants, etc. Again the same issue is going to come. I will think that ठीक है, I am very close to the metro line, I will take this metro line, travel to the next let's say 5 stops later comes my destination metro line. I will travel till then, okay, excuse me. Okay, so I'll travel till there. Now my office, let's say, is 1.5 kilometers away from the metro line. Again I'll think that, oh, then again I have to take this 1.5 kilometer, I'll have to take something else. Let me do one thing, let me take my own vehicle, ठीक है. So now to solve this, the authority says let's make this as mixed use. मतलब we'll have offices, restaurants, cafes, cinemas, malls, every kind of land use in and around the metro, not in but around the metro line, around the metro stations, which is going to solve my second problem also, ठीक है. So this is called as mixed use. अच्छा, there are some type of land use that you do not go for example industrial. You do not want industrial kind of land use to be anywhere in the dense areas or the city areas. Apart from that you usually have mixed use, ठीक है. So that is denoted by P, where you have one transit corridor and around the transit corridor, instead of having small built up areas or small buildings or structures, you have densified that, you have given more FAR, so increase of built up area in that particular region. So that is given by P. And then finally comes our TDR, transferable development rights. What is this? If you have a land, okay, you've purchased a land, your right is to develop that particular land, ठीक है. Keeping in mind all the bylaws, so if the authority says that you can construct only residential type of building over here, you stick to that, and they have given you FAR of 2 probably, okay, you stick to that. But within those limits, it's your right to develop that particular area, but you are not doing that. Or maybe you have a right to develop it with respect to FAR 2, but you are developing it only with respect to FAR 1. आपको अपना खुद का घर बनाना है, आपको एक बहुत बड़ा रेसिडेंशियल एरिया वहाँ नहीं बनाना है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ठीक है. तो आपने FAR 1 यूटिलाइज कर लिया, बाकी FAR you are not utilizing. Now you can transfer it, ठीक है. That right also you have, transferable development right, you can transfer it, but it's not like within the city, let's say this is where you made your house and this development right you can transfer anywhere, okay, that is not true. There are specific zones in the city where you can transfer this development right, ठीक है. For example your TOD area, अब यहाँ पर we want more FAR, more built up, more densification, so probably you could transfer your FAR to a place like this, ठीक है. That is represented in option Q. How? This is the original area where you could develop till here, okay, but you did not do that, you developed only till here. The rest is remaining. You transfer this remaining FAR, and in the second area they were supposed to make only till here, but because you transferred your right to that area, now they can build a little extra, ठीक है, this is your TDR. So coming to options, R1 मतलब B and C are gone. Then you have S2 मतलब option is going to be A, but let's check. TOD is P, so P3 and Q4. So yes, option number A is the correct one. Next, match the following planning theory concepts in group 1 with the corresponding proponents in group 2. ठीक है, so let me first give you the answer and then I'll talk about the theories in detail. Valley section principle was given by Patrick Geddes, very famous one, so you should be aware of this. Defensible spaces was given by Oscar Newman. Let's check with these two famous theories, are we able to solve the answer? Sometimes we have to go with elimination method. Acha, many a times what will happen is in your examination you do not know the question properly, okay, so you do not know all the options, you do not know what the correct answer is. Many times we have seen students just skip that question because negative marking is there, but many of the times what can happen is by elimination method you can find out the correct answer. Okay? For example, you know that valley section principle was given by Patrick Geddes, so P4 definitely is the correct answer. So P4 के हिसाब से C is gone, D is gone. Okay? Defensible spaces मतलब R2 मतलब A is the correct answer. I do not know what third place theory is. I do not know what Dakota model is. But still I was able to find out the correct answers. So read the question properly, mark whatever you know, definitely you're 100% sure about that, and then try to check the options and if you can answer it based on whatever you know. Okay? Do not just skip the question. So yes, option number A is correct over here, but let's understand all these theories. Okay, valley section principle is what? Given by Patrick Geddes. So he says that wherever people are settling down, okay, that depends not only on the geography but on the occupation also. How? Let's say there's a mountainous area over here and there is water here. Okay? So close to the water you'll have the fishermen. Okay? Uske baad you'll have the farmers, the peasants living. Okay? Now shepherds for example, okay, they won't be allowed in the agriculture areas. Why? Because the animals are going to ruin their crop. So they are going to live a little further away from the agriculture area. There are going to be shepherds here. Then there are going to be woodmen. Okay, why? Because here the mountains are starting, so we can assume that there are going to be a lot of forests here, there are going to be a lot of animals here. Okay? So first of all you are going to have the woodmen, okay, who are going to take the wood from the forest, and then you have the hunters. Why? Because the wild animals are usually away from the settlements, okay, and very close to the mountainous regions and in the dense forests. So there you will have the woodmen. So this settlement was based on the geography and also based on the occupation. So that is what the valley section principle says. Then comes defensible space. Defensible space says that wherever we are living, it should be safe. There should be no blind spots. Okay? There should be no crimes, there should be no negative activities going on. And how to make sure that an area is safe. So he has given 5 principles for that. Okay? These 5 principles we usually discuss in our class, so our students already know about it. For the rest, it is your homework. Try to find out what these 5 principles of defensible spaces are. Okay? Okay, that was given by Oscar Newman. Now coming to third place theory. The first place is your house. Okay? The second place is your place of work. Everything else is the third place. Okay? So for example, you want to go to a cafe, a restaurant, let's say a public area, any public square you want to enjoy in, all these are third places. Now what was being told in the third place theory is any city, any settlement, any region that has a strong third place, that grows properly, that has harmony, that has proper social life, that has proper interaction among people, and overall growth socially and economically is very good in these kind of areas which have strong third places. Okay? So this theory was given by Ray Oldenburg. Okay, Q3. Next is Desakota. Desa meaning village and kota meaning city. Okay, so combination of both these things, Desakota model. This was given by Maggie and Jemberg. So S1. Okay, so option number A is correct for question 75. The third place theory has been written over here in detail. You can pause the video and go through this. Next, which of the following methods are used in traffic survey to measure the running speed and the journey speed? Okay, moving observer method. So observer or the one who is conducting the survey is himself moving along with the traffic and try to find out themselves. Okay, acha, before that let me tell you what running speed and journey speed is. Acha, let's go to that first. This is my origin A and this is my destination. Let's say trip is originating from my house, okay, and B. So I have to move between A and B. Now let's say there are 2 traffic lights in between, okay. So अब ये traffic lights पे I have to stop, okay. My vehicle will not be in a moving condition. I have to stop, okay. Then let's say there was some kind of a traffic jam over here. Again I had to pause, okay. So here probably I paused for 1 minute, here I paused for 2 minutes, and here I paused for 5 minutes, okay. And the distance between A to B is, let's say, 10 kilometers, and I traveled between A to B in 60 minutes, okay. Now if we are talking about journey speed is going to be the time that I start from A to the time I reach B. So let's say 60 minutes, okay. That complete distance 10 kilometers divided by the complete time 60 minutes is my journey speed, okay. Speed is equals to distance divided by time. Now coming to the running speed, in running speed we are only talking about the time when my vehicle was in a running position. So here for 1 minute my vehicle was not in a running position. So 1 minute plus 5 minutes plus 2 minutes. So a total of 8 minutes. My vehicle was not in a running position. My vehicle was in a running position for only 52 minutes. So my running speed is equals to 10 kilometer divided by 52 minutes. So ideally you convert this into hours and find out the answer. That is the your running speed and journey speed. Okay. So somebody is trying to do a survey of the running speed and the journey speed, because as a planner, okay, and as the citizen also, we do not want to pause much, ठीक है. We do not want कि road पे बहुत ज़्यादा traffic हो कि हमें रुकना पड़े. All these things we do not want, ठीक है. Traffic lights we have to stop for, but apart from that these additional stops should not be there, and my vehicle should be in a running condition. That is what we would ideally want. So we are, let's say, conducting a survey to understand this delay. So this delay we will be able to understand by understanding running speed and your journey speed, for example, ठीक है. So this is the survey, this is the scenario. Now we are talking about the methods. Moving observer method, what the surveyor is doing is he himself is observing everything and moving in the traffic to understand the entire journey speed and delay and running speed in detail. Okay? So that method is one of the widely used methods for your RS and JS. Okay? Understanding or survey. Next, registration number method, or we can also call it as license plate method. This is also widely used. What is done is, let's say through cameras probably or through drones or anything else, at one particular point we note down let's say a car with that particular registration number, okay? And somewhere else we are again noting down that particular car with the registration number. Now that instant I have, for example, 10:0 AM, I noted that this particular car was on this spot, and let's say 11:05 AM, I saw that that particular car is on this spot, okay, at that particular time. Time I have, distance between the two spots I have, I can find out the running speed, okay. So that is also one of the methods. Now elevated observer method is more or less the same as your first one. There is one observer who is observing everything, or the surveyor himself is observing everything. In the first case, he or she is moving along with the traffic. In the second case, he is in a or she is in a elevated place and observing the traffic. Okay, so all these three are correct. Hardy-Cross method is nothing to do with your road transportation, that is related to your water distribution networks. Okay, so the correct answer for this is A, B, C. Okay, moving on to the next one. In the context of regional planning, which of the following term represents meaning MSQ type of question, okay, in a region? Formal, functional, isometric, planning. Okay, now I am not going to discuss this question in detail. We already have another video in which we discuss the type of regions in depth, so you can check that out. I'll just going to give you the correct answer: formal, functional and planning regions. Isometric term has never been used officially. That is not a type of region. Okay. Okay, now in a one-way single lane traffic stream, the observed average time headway is 2.5 seconds. The traffic flow of the above mentioned lane is vehicle per hour is what? The simplest kind of question that you can get from transportation planning. So apart from this, you have parking type of questions that you get very easy, and you get ECS and PCU type of questions which are again very easy. Okay, so go into the details of all of this also. Easy 2 marks or 1 mark you will get. Okay. Now coming to this question, volume which is given in Q, the unit for this is vehicle per hour. Vehicle per hour is equal to 3600 divided by the time headway. The time headway is usually given in seconds. Okay. You have to find out the traffic flow. 2.5 seconds time headway has been given to you. This is direct. 3600 divided by 2.5, which is 1440 vehicle per hour. As simple as that. Okay. So the answer is 1440. Okay, there was no range given in the official answer key, just 1440 you are supposed to get in this. Okay. Chalo, moving on to the next numerical question. The demand of EcoCity theme park is estimated as P is equal to 1500 minus 7.5 Q. So P is the price of a ticket and Q is the number of tickets. Okay. Now is the number of tickets sold per hour. The maximum revenue per hour along the demand curve in Indian rupees is what? Okay. So first of all, the demand curve goes like this. This is the price and this is the quantity. Okay, this demand and supply curve we've discussed multiple times in 2022 part B2 discussion. We go through the entire supply and demand curve in detail, so you can check that video. Now this is the demand curve which tells us what? Price and quantity are inversely proportional. Okay. Now P is equal to 1500 minus 7.5 Q. This minus sign also tells us that P and Q are inversely proportional to each other. Okay. Meaning what? If price increases, okay, quantity decreases. This is actually what demand curve tells us. Okay. If let's say your movie ticket is for 2000 rupees, very less people are going to see it. Okay. If let's say the movie ticket is the same movie, okay, ticket is of 200 rupees, many people are going to see it. Similarly, let's say a bag of 50,000 rupees, less people are going to purchase. A bag of 2000 rupees, more people are going to purchase. Okay. So inversely proportional. Now what do we want is, we want to find out a balance in this, ठीक है. अब if we increase the price, the quantity of tickets sold are going to decrease. If we decrease the price, the quantity of tickets is going to increase, but at what cost? Every ticket is going to cost very less price. So again, it will not give us the maximum revenue. Okay, the maximum revenue we won't be able to find. ठीक है, if Q is maximum, price is going to be very less. ठीक है, so what we have to do is, we have to find out some balance in that, some equilibrium. So this is the demand curve. We have to find out one equilibrium in this, where price and quantity are like balanced and we get the maximum revenue out of it. ठीक है, so how to do that? If let's say we are talking about maximum price possible, ठीक है, maximum price possible will happen when, and maximum tickets sold. Okay, maximum tickets sold is going to happen when? Okay, now they are inversely proportional. मतलब if we are talking about P is equals to 0, टिकट का प्राइस 0 कर दिया, सब जाएंगे. ठीक है, और जितने लोगों को जाना था, द पीपल हु आर इंटरेस्टेड, एवरीबडी इज गोइंग टू डू गो. सो मैक्सिमम क्यू, मैक्सिमम टिकट्स. ठीक है, सो P, केस नंबर 1, P इज इक्वल्स टू 0. ठीक है, इन दिस व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, P which is 0 is equal to 1500 minus 7.5 Q. Q is equal to 1500 divided by 7.5. ठीक है, that is your Q, case number 1. Now case number 2, your Q is 0, मतलब कोई टिकट आपने बेची ही नहीं, मतलब प्राइस बहुत हाई था या प्राइस मैक्सिमम था, वी कैन अज्यूम. ठीक है, सो इन दिस केस Q इज इक्वल्स टू 0, सो P इज इक्वल्स टू 1500 माइनस 7.5 मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 0, which is P is equals to 1500. अच्छा, sorry, I did not write the answer over here. 1500, this is going to give you 200. ठीक है, now in case of P is equals to 0, Q is 200. ठीक है, in case of Q is equals to 0, P is 1500. What does this tell us? This tells us that Q can range anything between 0 to 200 and P can range anything between 0 to 1500. To find out the equilibrium, we have to come to a balance. ठीक है, let's say Q we take as 100 and P we take as 750. ठीक है, अब मैक्सिमम रेवेन्यू क्या होगा? मैक्सिमम अमाउंट कलेक्टेड और मैक्सिमम रेवेन्यू क्या हो सकता है? क्वांटिटी ऑफ टिकट्स. ठीक है, 10 टिकट सोल्ड किया 10 रुपए पे, सो 10 into 10 100. ओके, सो हियर वी आर सेलिंग 100 टिकट्स at 750 rupees price, so multiplied by 750, our maximum revenue is going to be 75000. ठीक है, so 75,000 is going to be the maximum revenue in this case. ठीक है, that is the answer that you should get. There was no range given in the official answer key, just 75000. Okay, chalo, moving on to the next one. Labor supply and urban growth are represented in X and Y axis of the figure below. Curve OP represents the relationship between labor supply and urban growth. So labor supply and urban growth ka, this is the relationship. The ratios A is to A dash and B is to B dash are 1 is to 1.1. So this, okay, A is to A dash, this is 1 is to 1.1 and B is to B dash is 3 is to 1.2 respectively. If 6 units of labor is supplied in B, then the number of units of urban growth in B dash will be what? Okay, now reading this entire question you are confused. I do not know what urban growth and labor supply relationship is. I do not know what is happening over here. It's too complicated. Read it once again. It has nothing to do with urban planning. It is just a simple mathematical question. Okay. B is to B dash is given as 3 divided by 1.2. Okay. Now if B is 6 units, it's been given to you directly. If B is 6 units, then B dash is what? 3 divided by 1.2. Okay. So 3B dash is equals to 6 multiplied by 1.2. B dash is equals to 6 multiplied by 1.2 divided by 3. 1, 2, 2 multiplied by 1.2 is 2.4, and that's it. B dash is equals to 2.4. That is your answer. Okay. It looks very complicated. क्या दिया है समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. What is written over here? The graph I am unable to figure out. You had nothing to do with it. ठीक है. It was just a simple mathematical question. And again I am repeating, in your A part, B1 part, B2 part, many a times you will find the solution is very easy. You just had to read the question properly, and even if, let's say, in match the following questions or in MCQ, MSQ, not in MSQ but in MCQ and 1 mark, 2 mark match the following questions, sometimes not knowing the entire concept can also give you the correct answer. You just have to go by the elimination method. So many of you say gate examination is very difficult, I was not able to even understand the questions. Read everything carefully. Of course I am not saying that without preparation also you will be able to score well in gate examination. No, it is one of the toughest examinations in India and you need to work hard. Okay, you need to get your concepts clear. But in the examination, make sure you are reading everything carefully once, twice, thrice, however much it takes. Time restriction is not going to be a major problem. In 3 hours, you have to solve 65 questions. है ना? 10 questions of aptitude, 55 questions of the subject. You have ample time. ठीक है? Read everything very carefully. You will get the answer many times. Okay, now coming to the last question. A city with a present population of 1,75,000 is expecting an annual population growth rate of 0.85. So this concept we have already seen, that we estimate the population projection so that now we can take care of the infrastructure development, है ना? So that thing is there. ठीक है, X year के लिए the X population was 175. So let's say population in the year X was 175,000 and population annual population is given to increase at 0.85%. In a traffic assessment study, the trip generation model has been developed as y is equals to 142.0 plus 0.675x, where y is the number of daily trips generated within the city and x is the population of the city. Okay. The number of daily trips to be generated within the city after 10 years. ठीक है? So this is the annual growth. Annual growth. ठीक है? And you have to find out the population in x plus 10 years. The exact year has not been given. Present population is 1,75,000. Let's say present year is x. X plus 10 population is going to be what? First of all, we have to get that to find out x. Okay? Once we have the value of x, we can substitute it in this particular formula and get the answer of y, which is exactly what the question is asking. As simple as that. Okay. Now, talking about the population projection, wherever you have population projection in absolute number, okay, that is arithmetic projection. When you have the population projection in percentage, okay, that is your geometric population projection. Okay, so let us solve this by geometric because there is a percentage increase. Okay, the formula for population is population new is equals to population old. In this case, new is going to be what? X plus 10, x plus 10th here, and population old is going to be what? X year. Plus, sorry, multiplied by population in the year X multiplied by 1 plus 0.85 divided by 100 to the power n. N over here is number of years or number of decades that we are talking about. Okay? So here 10 years has been given, so n is going to be 10. Why? Because annual growth is given to you. Annual मतलब एक साल का growth, मतलब x से x plus 1 में कितना difference है 0.85, x plus 1 से x plus 2 में कितना difference है 0.85. So this is not the decadal growth. अगर आपको decadal growth दिया होता मतलब growth in 10 years, तो आप you would have used this 0.85 directly over here with n as 1. 1 decade, 10 years, n is equals to 1. ठीक है, but here annual growth is given. How many such annuals are there? Or 1 year growth is given. How many such 1 years are there? 10 है ना. So that is why you use n as 10. ठीक है. So now population of X is 1,75,000 multiplied by 1 plus 0.85 divided by 100. So this is going to give you 0.0085 to the power 10. Okay, if you solve for this, you get the answer as 190,452.5. This is your population of x plus 10th year. So x we have found out. ठीक है. Now very simple, y is equals to 142 plus 0.675x. Okay, x I already have with me now, 0.675 multiplied by 190,452.5. Okay, if you solve for this, you get the answer as 128697.43. Okay, and the official answer key was given as 128,500, 128,500 to 128,800. So our answer lies well within that. So our answer is correct. Okay? I hope you've understood everything that we discussed in today's class. Do not forget to watch more PYQ videos. Again, I am repeating, the playlist link has been given in the description. Make sure you are going through all the PYQs. Now, we at our YouTube channel keep on coming with good content for you. So make sure you subscribe to us.
Hi guys, welcome to KP classes. I hope in today's class we are going to discuss this gate architecture general aptitude part. I hope you must have checked this answer key, and if you are having any confusion regarding the questions which are given in this general aptitude part, so we are going to cover all these questions which are there in this section. So when we are going to look into this general aptitude question number 1, so just read the language of the question that is given here. It says how many 4-digit positive integers divisible by 3 can be formed using only digits 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 such that no digit appear more than once in a number. Now this question number 1, I hope this is clearly visible on the screen. This question number 1 which was asked in this examination is from the favorite topic of gate, because every year you will be getting question from this PNC. This question number 1 is from the topic of permutation and combination. So how we are going to solve it? So for this particular question, if you have practice questions which are based on PNC, solving this question number 1 is very easy. How we are going to deal with this question? It says how many 4-digit positive integers which are divisible by 3. Now for finding these numbers, first of all there is one property that you need to know, that the numbers which are divisible by 3, the sum of the digit is also divisible by 3 in that case. See, now how many combinations are possible? Total 5 digits are given. How many, how many combination of these 5 digits is possible which we can make? First of all we are going to make that, and then after that we will be discussing it. So first of all, what are the combinations that are possible? this will be clearly visible on the screen and I can. Okay, so let's talk about this question number 1. It says how many combination are possible. 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. Just try to write it. If you are going to use this first digit as 1, now what are the combination that we can make here? First of all, we can use these 3 digits 1 3 4 6, 1 3 4 6. Now in this case, what we skipped this 7. Now the other combination, in that case we can skip this 3 also. So first we skip this 7 now, or you can skip this 6 also, anything you can do. Now we are going to skip this 3. What is the combination that will be there? 1 4 6 7. Now 1 we checked by skipping 7, second we checked by skipping 3. Now we are going to skip this 4 in this case. 1 2 3 4. Once you are going to skip this 4, you will be getting 1 3 6 and 7. Now in this case we are going to skip this 6 also. So now what is the combination that will be there? If you are going to skip this 6 here, what will be getting? 3 4 7 na? Now in all these cases you will be finding this one digit. Now we are going to skip this one, and what is the combination that will be there? This will be 3 4 6 7. Now total what number of combination we got? 1 2 3 4 5. Only 5 possible combination of the digits are there. Now we are going to check what? If the sum is divisible by 3 or not. If the sum is divisible by 3, that means combination which will be made out of these digits will also be divisible. That is the thing. So once you are going to add this, 3 plus 1 is 4 plus 4 8, 8 plus 6 14. 14 is not divisible by 3. That means any combination of these digits will not be divisible by 3. This possibility is being rejected. Now on the second case, 1 plus 3 is going to be 5, 5 plus 6 is going to be 11, and 11 plus 7 is going to be 18. Now this 18 is divisible by 3. That means all the combination which will be made by these digits will be also divisible by 3. That means how many combination are possible? 4 factorial combination are possible. The same way we can deal with the third option. 1 plus 3 is going to be 4, 4 plus 6 is going to be 10, and 10 plus 7 is going to be 17, and this 17 is not divisible by 3. That means there is no combination possible out of these digits which will be divisible by 3. The same way this question, this option number 4, 1 plus 3 plus 1 is going to be 4, 4 plus 4 is going to be 8, 8 plus 7 is going to be what? 15. Now this 15 is also divisible by 3. That means number of combination which will be made by using these number of digits will also be divisible by 3. That means in this case total how many combination will be possible? That will be 4 factorial. Now we are going to check in the last option, that is 4 plus 3 is going to be 7, and 7 and 7 14, 14 plus 6 is going to be 20. Now 20 is not divisible by 3. That means combination which will be made by using these digits will also be not divisible. Now what are the possibilities we are having? 4 factorial and 4 factorial. These are the only combination that are there. So once you are going to calculate 4 factorial, you already knowing it, 4 3 2, 24 we are getting here, 24 we are getting here. Just add these two digits, you will be getting the answer. So this question number 1, again it was from the very popular topic of your GATE examination, that is PNC. You must have solved it. So the question number 1, the answer is going to be 48. Now we are going to solve some more question which are, now this question number 2 is based on English, although you must have gone through it. The answer for this question number. So once you are going to read the language of question number 2, it is denotes increasing order of intensity, then the meaning of the word. Now from sick in then after that the third term which is given in the increasing order of intensity. Now the same way, silly is given, then after that the highest degree of this term is daft, that is given here. So for this question the correct option is going to be option B, that is vain. And I hope you must have gone through these questions. Now we are going to solve something. If you are going to check in this question number 3, what is happening here, what we have done till now, this person 1 and person 2 are investing in some mutual fund A, B and C. So person 1 invested 10,000, 20,000, 20,000. This person invested 20,000, 15,000 and 15,000. Right. So here what they are getting, that person 1 is investment in this option are different, person 2's investment is different. Now what is the outcome they are getting here? Person 1, from this he will be getting 23,000, and from this investment he is going to get 23,000. So what is the total outcome he is getting from B and C? That is going to be equal to 46,000. This simple. Now what is the outcome they will be getting from here? If you are going to add it now, 15,000 and 15,000, that is going to be equal 30,000. 30,000, and then after that 2,000 and 2,000 will be 4,000, 34,000 plus 34,500 is the amount they are getting, person 1 and person 2, by investing in mutual funds in B and C. This is about only B and C. Now they are saying what rate of interest should be there that they will be getting in mutual fund, so that the person 1 amount, the amount that is given towards person 1 is only 500 more than the second one. Now for this question, although you can assume the interest rate to be X, that is one way of doing it, or we can check it through the options that are given. First you can check by giving the 7.5%, and then after that you can check for the 10%. So first of all, if you are going to check it by the using the 7.5%, 10,000 ka 7.5% will be what? It is going to be 750, right? The same way, if you are going to use this, it will be what? It will be 1500 na? So once you are going to add this 10,750, and then after that this will be equal to 21,500, and once you are going to add it, that is not going to be equal to what? That is not, that this money is not going to be 500 more than the other one. So what we can do here, we are going to check the second option. Is it the correct one? Is it satisfying the condition that is given here in the question? So for that, what we can do here, we just need to check what is the interest rate that is given in the mutual fund A, or there is one more way of doing it. Just assume it to be X. At the end of the question, we will be getting the value of X, and that will be the answer, that what rate of interest is there. That is one way of doing it, but here we are checking it from the options. So 10% of interest, that means 10,000 ka 10% will be what? 1,000. That means he will be getting from mutual fund 11,000 rupees. Just write it here, 11,000. Then after that, the person 2 is also getting, because this they are investing in the mutual fund A na, that is charging 10%, that is given in the option. So we are checking it from the options, so that will be 2,000. So add this 22,000 here and check it. Is it the correct one? Now this will be equal to 57,000. Once you are going to add it, na, this 6,175, 4 plus 1, 5. So that is going to be equal to 57,000. And once you are going to add these, what you are going to get? 500, and then after that this 4 and 2, 6, and this 2 and 3 and 2 is going to be 5. Now the condition that is given here says what? It says person 1 and person 2 invest in 3 mutual funds A, B and C. The amount they invest in each of these mutual funds are given in the table. At the end of 1 year, the total amount the person 1 get is 500 more than the second one. Now if mutual fund A, the annual interest rate that they are going to get at the end of the year is, we are assuming it to be 10%. That is given in the option B. So it is satisfying the condition. The person 1 is getting 57,000, the other one is getting 56,500, and this person 1 getting 500 extra amount than the person B. So that means for this option B is going to be the correct one for the question number 3. Now if you are having any doubts related to these questions, if you are having some other methods you want to understand, you can let us know in the chat box. Now we are going to solve some more questions which are given in this examination. This question number 4 was again based on probability. Now this PNC and probability are the favorite topic of GATE examination. If you have gone through the previous year question paper, you must be having an idea about it, that each and every year they are asking question from probability and PNC continuously. In every set you will be getting at least one question, or more than one questions are also given in many sets. In this question you are getting one question from PNC and the other question from the probability. So this question number 4 says the probability of a boy or a girl being born is 1/2 for a family having only 3 children. What is the probability of having 2 girls and 1 boy? Now for this question, if you have solved questions which are based on the probability, you will be able to solve this question taking only 20 seconds. But if you don't have any idea about it, if you only know the basics of probability, then only solving this question becomes very easy. How you can solve it? By not knowing probability. Now suppose if I am talking about there is a coin, this is head and this is tail, only 2 outcome is possible. So if I am asking what is the outcome of, if you are going to if you are going to shuffle a coin, so what outcome you will be getting? What is the possibility of getting head? So the answer is going to be what? Possibility is 1 out of total outcome. 1/2 is the possibility. That means this outcome is equally likely. That means total number of possible outcome, desired outcome divided by total number of possible outcome, that is known as probability. Right? Now in this case, what will be happening? How easily you can solve this question? It says the probability of a boy or a girl being born is 1 upon 2. Now this information is completely irrelevant. We don't need to use that. They are saying for a family having only 3 children. In a family there are only 3 children, and what is the probability of having 2 girl and 1 boy? So first of all, we need to calculate what are the possible combination are there. Like if there are 3 children in the family, so what are the possibilities of them being girl or boy? And then after that, what is the desired outcome? Desired outcome is 2 girl and 1 boy. So 2 girl and 1 boy can be girl, girl and boy, or it can be girl, boy and girl. This condition is also 2 girls, 1 boy, 2 girls, 1 boy, or what can be the other possibility? Boy, girl and girl. That means 3 is the desired outcome divided by total outcomes what are possible here. So 3 desired outcome divided by what are the total outcomes? 2 to the power 3. That means 3 upon 8 is what? Is the answer for this question number 4. But still, this is not it. How we are going to find it out? If you don't have idea about these things, how you can solve it? We are going to look into, we have 3 kids in a family. Now they can be either girl or boy. So what are the possible combination can be there? Just try to understand. Either they can be girl, girl and girl, or they can be boy, boy and boy. Now what other things can be? Girls, girls and boy. Then after that, girl, boy and boy. Either क्या करेंगे? Boy, girl and girl, boy, boy and girl, and then after that one will be G, girl, girl and boy, and then will be boy, girl and boy. Now these, how many outcomes are possible? Is there any other thing that we can do with this question? The answer is going to be no. Only these combinations are possible. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 combinations are possible. So that means total outcome that are possible are 8, and out of that, what is the desired outcome? 2 girl and 1 boy. Outcome number 1. 2 girl is there and 1 boy is there. Then after that, 2 girl is there, 1 boy is there. Then after that, 2 girl is there, 1 boy is there. Desired outcome is what? Desired outcome is 3, and total outcome is 8. Just deal with these questions. If you have idea about probability, you can solve this question. If you have the philosophy of this, that probability, this is how we calculate 1 upon 2 is the equally likely outcome, then based on that concept you can deal with the question like these, which is given in the question number 4. Now this question number 5, it says visualize 2 identical right circular cones such that one is right circular cone such that one is inverted over the other and they share a common circular base. They are sharing a common circular base. If a cutting plane passes through the vertex of the assembled cone, what shape does the outer boundary of the resulting cone section make? Now this question is again a mixed example. If you have an idea about the mensuration, if you have solved a question which are based on 3D mensuration, you must be knowing how a cone look like. They are saying visualize 2 identical cones. These cones are identical. They are completely similar. Suppose this is cone 1, right, and they are inverted in a sense that this part is overlapping on the other. They are saying visualize 2 right cylindrical cones such that one is inverted over the other and they share a common circular base. This is the circular base now. So they share a common circular base and they are identical with each other. Now they are saying if cutting plane passes through the vertex of assembled cones. Now what is the vertex? This is going to be the vertex now. This is the cutting plane that is passing through the vertex. This is the cutting plane that is passing through the vertex. Now in this case they are saying what shape does the outer boundary of the resulting cross section will make. Now for solving this question number 5, what are the things? Is it a eclipse? No, it is not eclipse. Is it a ellipse? The answer is no. Is it a hexagon? For hexagon there should be 6 sides. There are no possibility of being it hexagon. Then after, is it a triangle? The answer is again no. This is not a triangle. They are saying is it a rhombus? Now check. You need to know the the property of a rhombus, that the diagonal of rhombus bisect each other at 90 degree. Now if you are going to look into, these are what? These are identical cone, and this will be what? This will be perpendicular. This will be perpendicular on this part now. So this is going to make 90 degree angle, this is going to make 90 degree angle, this is going to make 90 degree angle, this cone is going to make 90 degree angle. And these cones are what? These cones are identical in shape. It's given na here. They are identical right circular cone. That means they will be making this 90 degree angle here. Their diagonals will be making 90 degree angle, and these are what? These are identical cones. So this shape will be a rhombus. That means option D is the correct one. Question number 5. Now all these questions are for only 1 mark. Now we are going to solve question which consists of 2 marks. So this question number 1 we have done. The answer for question number 1, how you can solve this, was based on PNC, and the correct answer is 48. Then after that, when we are talking about this question number 2, that was from the English, and if you have an idea about it, you can mark it or you can skip it, as depending. This is based on something that you cannot interpret it on your own. If you have knowledge about this question, you can deal with it. Or this question is nothing but the application of percentage. If you have the knowledge of percentage, if you have solved the question which are based on simple interest, solving this question number 3 becomes very easy. Then after that, question number 4 is based on probability. They are asking 2 girls and 1 boy, so either you can solve like this, what is the desired outcome divided by total number of outcome, or you can write the total, what are the outcomes that are possible, and then after the desired outcome in the top you can write it like in the numerator and denominator. That's how you can solve this. Now this question number 4 was based on the application of mensuration. They will never ask question directly, like in the previous year they have done, like suppose there is a paper is given and you are going to fold it like this, so what will be the answer? So these are this is the crux of the GATE examination. Every year they ask question like that. So this is about question number 5. Now this question number 6, again it should be 1 mark. This is not 2 marks question. It says thousands years ago some people began dairy farming. कुछ लोगों ने क्या किया, डेयरी फार्मिंग को बिगिन किया. This coincides with a number of mutations in a particular gene that resulted in these people developing the ability to digest milk. Now what happened in this year? Now this question is from this critical reasoning wala part. It says thousands of years ago some people began dairy farming. Some people have started dairy farming. This coincides with the number of mutations in the particular gene. जिसकी वजह से क्या हुआ, mutations हुए in a particular gene, and result of that was what? In these they have got the ability to digest dairy milk. Now in these kind of question, first of all you can use the elimination method. Whenever in question you are going to find always or you are going to find never. These extreme cases, because here a general idea is given, because of this thing, because of these mutations, what happened, that particular gene that resulted of these people developing the ability to digest milk, because of the mutations in the gene, the people have developed the ability to digest the milk. Now if they are saying people are never developed or people have always developed, so these are what? These are extreme cases. And whenever you are going to get extreme cases, you can you can use the elimination method and you can reject that. They are saying no human being can digest dairy milk. Now this is what? Extreme case. No or never. All human beings, again extreme case. So whenever you are going to remove this extreme case wala part na, so solving this question will be very easy. This question, option number C, digestion of dairy milk is essential for human being. Now this is a advice, this is a suggestion. This cannot be inferred from the questions. The only option that is here, in human being, digestion of dairy milk resulted from the muted gene. Now here it is given mutations of gene that resulted in these people developing the ability to digest milk. This becomes like active wise and the passive wise given in the option B. So for this question number 6, it was the easiest one out of this general aptitude part. Option B is going to be the correct one. Now question number 7, it says the sum of the following infinite series is. Now in this case we need to find the sum of the infinite series. So for that you need to have an idea about the sequence and series wala question. If you have idea, you can find it very easily. If you don't have an idea about how to solve these kind of question, you may take time. So what we can do here, we can divide it question into 3 parts. First of all, how we are going to solve it, just write 2 plus, then the first one will be 1 upon 2, 1 upon 4, 1 upon 8 plus 1 upon 60 dot till infinity. Then after that plus 1 upon 3 plus 1 upon 9 plus 1 upon 27 plus dot till infinity. Now we don't know how to, you just need to understand the alternate series wala option. Now here we have divided this series is 1 upon 2, 1 upon 4, 1 upon 8, 1 upon 16 can be solved in one part, and this another series 1 upon 3, 1 upon 9, 1 upon 27 can be solved on the other part. Now how we are going to solve it? How to solve it? Just this 2 plus, keep it separate. We are going to solve this first part 1, and then after that we will be solving this part 2. This part 1 says 1 upon 2, 1 upon 4, 1 upon 8 plus 1 upon 16. That is what we are going to calculate here. So what we can do here for this question, we know that just denoted by S1. S1 is equal to 1 upon 2 plus 1 upon 4 plus 1 upon 8 plus 1 upon 16. what we are going to do here, multiply to both sides. That means 2s1 will be equal to what? 2 multiplied by 2 will give 1, plus 1 by 2, plus 1 by 4, plus 1 by 8, and the series will go on as dot dot till infinity. Now this is the standard method of solving these questions which are there. Now what we have done here, we have divided in 3 parts. This is going to be the part 1, which we will add at the end of the question. This part 1, it says 1 upon 2, 1 upon 3, how we are going to solve it. Now we know that s1 is equal to this. We have multiplied it by 2 for the ease of calculation. Now just if you are going to look into this question, this value is going to be equal to s1. So that means 2s1 is equal to 1 plus s1. That means 2s1 subtracted from s1, it will give s1 is equal to 1. That means the series 1 upon 2, 1 upon 4, plus 1 upon 8, plus 1 upon 16 is equal to 1. This is the solution for this part 1. So how we can write it, like 2 plus 1 plus what you are going to solve, how you are going to solve this part 2. You can pause this video right here and you can check on your own by using this method only. This is the standard method of getting answers in these kind of questions. Now we are going to solve this part 3 of the same question. It says 1 upon 3. Now we can write here s2. Suppose s2 is equal to 1 upon 3 plus 1 upon 9 plus 1 upon 27 plus dot dot infinity. Now here what we can do here, because these all are the digits which can be divided by 2. That's why we have multiplied it by 2. Now here we will be multiplying it by 3. 3s2 will be equal to what? 1 plus 1 upon 3, 1 upon 9, 1 upon 27, and this series will go on like this. So for these questions, if you have a basic idea about sequence and series, you will be easily able to solve this. It says 3s2 is equal to what? 1 plus s2. Now s2, 3s2 subtracted from s2 will give what? 2s2. 2s2 is equal to what? s2 is equal to 1 upon 2. So simply we have divided this question into 3 parts. This is an example of what it says. 2 plus 1 plus 1 upon 2. Once you are going to solve it, it will give 3 plus 1 upon 2. That will be equal to what? 3 to the 6, 1, 7 by 2. 7 upon 2, option A is the correct one. If you still have any doubt in this question, you can let us know in the chat box. This becomes very easy again from the topic of sequence and series that we already done in the classroom course also. This question number 8, although this is based on your special, like these kind of questions are being asked in the different paper, in the seed and UC, but still we can solve this question number 15. It says the 15, question number 8, it says the 15 parts of the given figure are to be painted such that no two adjacent part with shared boundary excluding corners that have the same color, the minimum number of colors which are required. That is what we are here to find it out. Now you can pause the video right here so that you can check what is the correct answer for this question, right? You can pause right here and you can check on your own what is going to be the right answer in this case. Okay, so now we are going to solve it. It says how many color combinations are possible. Say that the adjacent boundary, no two adjacent part with share boundaries. Suppose if you are going to fill it like this is going to be the C1, right, and this is going to be the C2. This would not be same, these boundaries are sharing. Now if this is C2, this we can keep C3, or we can keep it C1. We will just wait for this. Now if this is C2, we can keep anything here. If this is C1, because these boundaries are shared, C1, and this boundary is not shared directly with this one. Is it shared boundary? This boundary and this boundary, they are shared boundary. So we cannot keep C1 nor C2 here. So we can keep C3 here. How we check all these things? Is it a shared boundary or not? We are checking only adjacent one. Here this boundary is being shared with this one. So that's why we are keeping C3 here. Now if this is C3, what we can write here? This C3 is there and C1 is there. So here we can keep C2. Same way you can check for all these things. If this is C2, this is C3, right? C3 and C2 is there, and then after that what we can keep here? If you are going to keep, suppose C3, C2, C1 we can keep here, because this is what? This is the shared boundary. This is the shared boundary. C3 is there, C1 is there, C2 is there. Now for this thing, you need to have one more color. That should be C4. C4 will be required. In this case you can check now, because these boundaries are being shared by 4 options. If this is C3, this is C2, this is C1, C4. Now in this case C1 and C4 is there, and C2 is here only, that is sharing this boundary. C1, C4, we can keep C3 here. If this is C3, this boundary will be what? C3, C4, C3 and C1 we can keep here. So that's how you can check in only 4 combinations. You need to check what are the adjacent sites that are there. Here they are sharing 4 common boundaries. Now this was complex part only in this question. Suppose if you are keeping it C3, so this will be C2 and here 4 sides are common. This side and this side and this side, along with that this and this side. So if this is going to be C3, this would be C2, this would be C1, and for this, if you are going to keep, you cannot keep C1 here because this is the shared boundary. You cannot keep C3 here because this is the same that boundary, and this option is also there, na? So for this question, which option is the correct one? This option C is the correct one. You can check it on your own, like what are the minimum number of colors combination can be made so that no 2 adjacent boundary share the same color. That was the question number 8 based on the spatial aptitude. Now this question number 9, again this question is based on pie chart, and this is also the easiest one to solve this question. Now this question is based on percentage and data interpretation, that is pie chart. It says in an election, share of valid votes received by 4 candidates A, B, C and D is represented by the pie chart. So the total number of votes cast in the election were, these are total number of votes, 1,15,000, out of which 5,000 were invalid. That means in an election, total number of votes that were polled at the election were 1,15,000. Out of that, 5,000 votes were invalid. Now this data is about what? Share of valid votes. That means this information, these percentages are given with respect to valid votes. So first calculate how many valid votes are there. If total votes are this and 5,000 votes were invalid, that means total valid vote will be what? 1,10,000. Why this is happening? Because 5,000 votes were rejected. Now what are invalid votes? Suppose if you are going to a polling booth, and what you are doing here, suppose if you are going to vote by ballot paper and you are marking 2 options at a time, so your vote will not be counted, it will be an invalid vote. Or if you are going to vote through a EVM, so you are pressing 2 buttons at a time, so your vote will be invalid, that will not be counted. So that means in an election 5,000 votes were invalid, that means total valid votes were given 1,10,000. Out of that, share of valid vote is given, out of 1,10,000 votes, A got 40%, B got 25%, C got 20%, D got 15%. That is the combination here, na? That is the percentage here. Now they are saying based on the data provided, the total number of valid votes received by the candidate B and C. Now nothing can be simple than this. They are saying out of the data provided, how many votes are casted in the favor of C and B, na? B and C. Okay. So in favor of B, 25% of votes are being polled, and in favor of C, 20%. If you are going to add it, that means 45% of votes are going towards B and C. So just calculate 45% of 1,10,000. Simply you will be getting answer in only one line if you have the right knowledge of solving these questions which are based on percentage. Now 45 divided by 100 multiplied by 1,10,000. These 2 0 will be balanced, and what will be getting here? 11 say, so if you are going to multiply, 2 0 will be there, 49,500. Simply in 3 lines you can get the answer. This is about question number 9. Now we are going to solve the last question from this topic. This was based on dice. Now for dice, there are 2 kinds of dice. One is general dice, the other one is standard dice, that we have already covered in the classroom courses. But here for solving this question is based on unfolding of a dice. So for these kind of question, you need to have the basic knowledge how we solve questions which are based on general dice or the standard dice. Now this is an example of what? First of all, what is the difference between a standard dice? That will be covering in the other part. For this question, what you are going to do here, whenever we are going to unfold the dice, na, whatever things you are getting on these sides, they will be opposite to each other. These alternates. See, just pay attention here. What I am saying is, whenever you are going to unfold any dice, the opposite to 5 will be 3, opposite to 1 will be 6. These are in the alternate. Opposite to 4 will be 2. That is the case. That is what we are going to check here. If 5 is there, that means behind the 5, 3 will be there. Behind 1, 2 will be there. Behind 4, 6 will be there. Like opposite to 1, 2 will be there. Opposite to 4, 6 will be there. Opposite to 5, 3 will be there. The same way. That is the understanding of the dice once you are going to unfold it. Now for this question number 10, what is given here? They have given 3 views of a dice shown in the figure. They are saying the piece of paper that can be folded to make this dice. So from the given option we can check it. Now if we are going to check option number 1, in that case what will be happening? Behind 5, opposite to 5, 3 should be there. Opposite to 1, 6 should be there. Opposite to 4, 2 should be there. Now this is what? This is the combination. Now how we are going to check it? Whenever any option is given, you can check like this. How you can check? These two sides, one is on this side, one on this side. These are opposite to each other. These alternate digits are opposite to each other. That's how we are checking. So if this option is correct, so opposite to 5, 3 should be there. Opposite to 1, 6 should be there. Opposite to 4, 2 should be there. Now in this question, we are getting 5, 4, 1. That means, what is? If 5 is there, 3 should not be there, because 3 is opposite to 5. This is the way we are checking. Now if 4 is there, opposite to 4, what will be there? 2 will be there. 2 should not be here. 1 is there, opposite to 1, 6 should be there. 6 should not be visible here. That is how we check. Now in this dash 2, it says 4, 6, 3. Now what are the values which are opposite to this? This should not be visible. Opposite to 4, 2 should be there. 2 is not here. Now opposite to 6, 1 should be there. 1 is not here. Opposite to 3, 5 should be there. 5 is also not visible. So that is the correct one. Now in this third option, opposite to 2, 4 should be there, not visible. Opposite to 5, 3 should be there, not visible. Opposite to, what is left? Opposite to 2, 4 should be there, that is not visible. So for this question, option A is the correct one. Now if you want to have more understanding about this question, we are going to solve, check the option number B. According to this one, option B, if you are going to check, opposite to 5 should be 3 should be there. We can write it like this. Opposite to 1, 2 should be there. Then after that, opposite to 4, 6 should be there. Now we are going to check like this. That means if 5 is visible, 3 should not be visible. If 3 is visible, 5 should not be visible. If 1, then 2 not. Then after that 2, 1 not. If 4, not 6. If 6, not 4. That is what we are going to check in the option number 2. Now 5 is visible, 3 should not be visible. Correct. If 5 we have checked. If 4 is visible, 6 should not be visible. If 1 is visible, 2 should not be visible. Correct. Now the second view. If 4 is visible, 6 should not be visible. 6 is visible here. This option get eliminated. How we are eliminating? If 1 is visible, the other opposite side should not be visible, because it will be the back on the back side. So 5 is visible, so 3 should not be visible. That is the correct one. If 4 is visible, 6 should not be visible. Correct. 1 is visible, 2 should not be. First view is correct. But the second view, if 4 is visible, 6 should not be, but 6 is given here. That means this 6 is not on the opposite side. That's how option B is eliminated. You can check all these questions which are given here. For this question, option A is the correct one. If you are having any doubt related to any questions, you can let us know in the chat box. For such more informative videos, you can subscribe our channel. And thank you so much for watching this video. If you want more information related to this examination, you can contact on the numbers which are given in the description box. Once again, thank you so much for watching this video.
KP classes dedicated to excellence.